Mm, mm. Good morning. Good morning. Just getting everything set up, just about there. Got my code open. Trying to make sure I remember everything I was working on. Okay, so yesterday I actually had to end a little earlier than I wanted to. We had my grandsons had some trunk or treating to do, and they came over and I didn't want them jumping through my stream in the background. I know Twitch doesn't like that either, having the kids on, so I did end a little bit earlier than I wanted yesterday, but I did a little bit of work after we got back, just cleaning up. So one of the things we were working on yesterday was um, I was trying to do a little bit of refactoring on my server stuff. Originally, I set up the combat units such as the hero and the monster units as separate entities, and I wanted to at least have them set up in a more polymorphic inheritance type stuff way so that I could maybe clean that up. I probably can even do another pass and clean it up better, but what I've done so far, so what I did yesterday off camera, is I combined the monster and the heroes into this one unit class now. So the way this works in the proto, after I did a little bit of trial and error, you kind of create, what you end up doing is you create like the parent class. So the parent class I called unit, and then under that parent class, let's look at there's a common unit. The common unit contains all the common fields between the monster and the hero. And then this one of kind syntax keyword stuff lets you choose. You get to pick one or the other, and that's how it does it in Proto. And then when it generates this code in Java, it works out um, pretty similar to how a normal inherited class would work. So the hero unit is underneath the unit class, and the common unit is kind of like it's under the unit class. So the unit class has the common fields, and then it has either the hero fields or the monster fields. And that allowed me to clean up at least a little bit. And I think this is where I could do another pass is on these. Uh, so I have the combat unit, which is the interface that ties to the combat loop. And that way I can pass all of the units, whether they're heroes or monsters, into one list and iterate through them in combat loops. And then in each one of these, I have built out all of the combat related logic. So a couple new things I had to add since I added this setup where they kind of have this inheritance going on. Now there's this new builder for the common field called Common Builder. And then the overall builder is called Unit Builder. And there's one more for the Hero Builder, which is tied to fields that are just related to hero classes. So this didn't, I mean, it was a little bit of busy work, but it wasn't hard. I mainly just had to go through excuse me, and reference all the proper locations for stuff. So almost everything right now is in the common unit class anyways. And that's one of the main reasons I wanted to combine those two, was because if I make changes to one of those common fields, I want it to work on monsters and heroes pretty much the same way. So I didn't want to keep going down the road where they were separate classes and I was making updates in two spots. So that was my reasoning. And I can probably do another refactor pass even, because there's still a lot of very close to duplicated code between this hero unit class and this monster unit class, as far as like the choose target method, the attack method, the update method. A lot of these are very similar, so I might take another pass at some point just to clean that up more, where I'm not duplicating as much code. But that will help um, going forward. It'll just make the code a little bit cleaner now that they're both tied together like I wanted. Originally, they weren't really set up in the right polymorphic way. They weren't really tied together. So, but anyways, I did clean all that up and I made sure it was working. So this, I had to do a lot of changes to the hero and the monster unit. They're very similar, like I said, just making sure the references are passing to the right locations. And then of course the combat service had a lot of updates. I had to make sure it was referencing all these new unit types. So it says unit up here. Everything is looping through units now is the master class. And then the subclass is either monster unit or hero unit. But that's all working. And then I also made sure it was working on the Unity side. So I think where we stopped on the Unity side here on the front end was we kind of had just the hero side working, and we have this little action bar that we got working on the bottom, and that was kind of pretty close to where we finished up. The action bar is tied to the time elapsed in the database. So when that triggers an attack, it resets it back to 0. So if you watch that really close, you can probably see a few spots where it gets slightly out of sync, and it doesn't look like it fills all the way before it starts back over, and that's because of that slight out of sync issue as far as um but it's pretty darn close. I mean, I think it's just fine the way I have it right now. I don't think we're going to have to do anything else there. I mean, mainly what's happening is I'm running the action bars through Unity as far as the smoothness, because the timing should be really close between this and between the backend server. The server's probably going to be slightly, I thought in my head that it would be slightly slower, although sometimes it looks like it's slightly faster, which doesn't make sense to me entirely. But so that's how that's working, and I had to do that because when I was using just the 250 millisecond update, so every 250 milliseconds the server sends an update to the front end. But when you enter those numbers in quarter second increments, that's the only time you'd see these bars changing. So every quarter of a second it would chunk up. There's not any smooth increase. It would just chunk in like 10 different times to fill it up. So that wasn't what I was going for. I mean, it worked fine that way, but it looks cleaner this way. So today we need to work on what I had mentioned late yesterday before we finished up. So we need a way to, when the heroes are triggering attacks, we don't have any way of knowing, first of all, that which hero triggered that attack, or that an attack was triggered. And we also don't know how much damage they did, and to which enemy or enemies. It could be multiple enemies. So we need to set up this new object type, and we called it combat event. We didn't build it out yet, but it's going to have the source unit. So it could be a hero, it could be a monster as the source unit of the event. And it needs to have a list of target events. It could be one or more targets. It needs to have what it was. So there needs to be an action object that says, is it an attack? Was it a skill? Was it a heal? You know, all of the different things that it could be. We don't have all of that built out yet, but there needs to be a field to store that. We need to store the value of whatever it was. So if it was an attack, we need the value of how much damage it did. I think that's it. But mainly we need those items. And that way on the front end, what we'll do is we'll iterate if there's anything in that combat event, it'll be a list of combat events. So if there's anything in that list, we're going to loop through it and make updates to the UI. So for example, let's say this character right here triggered an attack, so they should have an entry in there that shows them as the source. The action should say attack. Let's say it's 5 damage, so the damage will say, or the value will say 5. And the targets, let's say the target was this wolf here. So if we have all of that data, then all of a sudden we have a way to cause the attack animation to happen. We can cause floating text to happen on this wolf with the damage value. We might even be able to, I'm trying to think, maybe we either move this sprite and make it like move here and then come back. I don't know. I'm kind of playing with how this would all work. Right now, if I do something like that, I have to change the code that I did to have them anchored to this UI spot. And it might be hard, it might not, because really it might just be a case where I tell it to disable that script while I'm attacking. But I mean, I could even just do a little, like a slash move here with the attack, like I said, an animation. And at the same time, if I do some kind of slash animation on the wolf, which I don't have any sprites, we should probably add some type of sprites to these as well. The hero editor thing that I mentioned that I'm using for the party side, it doesn't have anything outside of these humanoid guys. So I've played around with setting up like a quick animation sprite animator script. So if I have a sprite sheet with frames for something, I can pull that in. And I actually just tried for some placeholders anyways. I tried to create some sprite sheets using AI. I realize those aren't going to be very clean and not quality, but it'll be placeholders for now. And I was able to get it to generate, the example I was working on was like a wolf sprite sheet, and I was able to get it to do that. It doesn't look very good, but it would work. Let's put it that way. I could throw some kind of sprite over here instead of the box that we have. So I think we'll try to get that done. We'll try to add this combat events idea. It's in my head, it seems like it should go quick and be an easy update, but we'll see. So let's start with, I want to start with the combat events. I'm not worried about the sprites for the enemies just yet. I want to kind of get the full, I mean, they're showing up over there. We don't need to see any pretty pictures just yet. I want to get the logic and all the different elements we need to make combat work. So let's work on that combat event object. So we mentioned we're going to need, and I think I also mentioned this yesterday, but I'll mention it again now. We're not going to have to store this one in the database because this is kind of like a generated a generated object. It's going to generate every combat loop. So there's nothing here that needs to get stored in the database. When we run a combat loop, that's when this gets created. So that'll make this part a little bit faster as well, because we're not going to have to worry about serializing the data in the right data types, the right data classes, or anything like that. So we said we're going to need a source. So let's call it, and the source is always a unit. So unit source unit. And we're going to have to import unit strategy RPG main unit.proto. All right, so we have a unit. We need a action, which eventually this will probably be some type of actual object type rather than just a string. But for now, we're just going to put string action. And the only action we have currently built out is an attack. So, but just imagine that it can be many different things. It could be a heal, it could be a spell, and all of those different things will help the UI know what to do. So if it's a fireball spell, the UI will also know to pull up like the fireball animation and stuff like that. So we need a value for the damage or whatever else is happening. So I think just value should work there. We'll have to test it. We might have to add one or two more fields to this as we go if we build something out and we realize we need another data point to be able to make things work. And then we need the list of targets. So unit repeated unit targets. I think that should be all we need. Like I said, we want to know which unit is doing what action. So the action's tied to the source unit. The value is whatever that action amount is. So if it's a heal, it's how much they healed for. If it's an attack, it's how much damage they did. And I mean, like I said, if we want to pull in more data points later on, we can. I mean, you could maybe pull in like maybe you have a dodge setup, or you have like, you can block, and I'm even planning on doing something like this with a block. So you could block so much damage from the damage that was done. So those could be additional values that are pulled in, and then we can display them in the UI somehow. But for now, let's start with this, and then in future iterations, we can add some additional details where we want them. So I have this combat event. And let me think, what are we going to need to do here? We're going to need an RPC call. Well, no, we don't need an RPC call because this is going to be part of the combat RPC call. So do I need anything else in here? And honestly, I probably can include this in the combat proto file. I might not even have to build this out like I'm doing here. Let's do that because I don't think this is tied 100% to combat. Let's not make a new class or a new proto file. I mean, let's just drop this in here. I'm surprised I don't have unit in here. Okay, so let's pull that in again. Yeah, this is probably cleaner this way. And then what we want in the combat object, now that we pulled it in here, we want a repeated list of combat event included with our returned combat object. That's what we're going for here. And now that I'm looking at it this way, I can tell I don't think we need any other, we don't need like another service call or anything. We're going to generate this in the code. So when we're looping through the combat loop, when an action triggers, that's what will trigger an event to be created. It can be an attack or it can be all those other action types that we kind of mentioned as far as what we're building out. So let's delete the combat event proto, otherwise it's going to get mad. And we're going to have to do a quick build to generate this new combat event class. Let me just double check I didn't mess up anything here. Source unit, action, value, and list of targets. Okay, I think that looks good. So let's do a quick build. I have to make sure I stop the server or it gets mad at me after it's done deleting everything. All right. What did I do? I made it mad. Unit seems to be defined in unit.proto, which is not imported by combat event.proto. I thought I deleted combat event.proto. Combat event is already defined in the file. What did I do? I didn't delete combat event. Oh my, I don't know what I did. It's still there. Okay. It's gone now. Yeah, I'm hoping this part doesn't take too long. I'd like to get to the point where I can mark a couple things off on our task list. So here's our task list too. You can see my stretch goal down there for Thanksgiving. We got a lot to do before we get there. So, but I'm kind of working on this one right now and we're getting closer, but I'm not going to say we're done with this step until I've cleaned up. We can kind of see everything in the UI. I mean, I agree we have this very basic structure of attacks going on. And I want to add, I'm going to make sure I add at least some kind of sprites for the monsters as well. Once we have combat working both directions, so heroes can get attacked as well. And I tried to build some of that out last night when I was testing things, but it's not working yet. So I'm not going to say that I've done that yet. But I want combat working both ways, and I want it displaying in Unity in the actual game scene. Once we have that much done, then I can mark this one off and we'll move on to this kind of at the end of combat. Right now it just crashes the game, but instead of crashing the game, I want it to either say your party won or your party lost, and then there'll probably be a button that says reset, just so we can try again or go to another battle. Maybe it won't say reset, maybe it'll say generate another battle, because later on I want all the stuff that happens in these test battles to continue on, just so we can test out items and test out experience getting gained. So I'll probably do it that way. When I do this step, I'll build out a little button that allows you to generate another fight with the same heroes that you have. So that's where we're at on the list. All right, that's done building. So let's jump into the combat loop. And So we're initializing the round for each combat unit. We're updating them, and then right here it says if combat is ready. And we're choosing the target. And then right now we just have it hard coded to do this attack function. Later on we'll have something that says like a switch statement if it's an action. That should happen, otherwise it should be what it's doing right now, just attack a target or targets. But right in here we have all the data we need. We'll know who the source is. Actually, we won't know the damage yet. So after this, we might need to pass back the value here. That way we know what the damage is. So it not only does the attack, but this should be like a return value in the method that returns the integer, which is the damage value. We can still, inside of this loop, we can still use the targets to know the targets, and the combat unit itself is the source. So this is all, we have all the data we need right here to generate this item. So let's save that. Like I said, let's change attack. Instead of being a void, let's make it return the value of damage that it did. So in here, we're going to have to change it on both. Can't do that in the loop. And if we have a multi-attack where it does different damage to each character, we're going to have to create multiple events. That's how we'll make that work. Just to kind of explain that. Because I created that inside the loop. I can't do it outside the loop. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to, if we do a multi-attack, we'll have to think how this part will work. But let's not worry about that right now. This will work for our current setup. And then I just need to do that on the monster unit as well. The code is almost exactly the same to the point I should be refactoring this, but I don't want to do that right now either. Okay, that'll give us the damage value. And there'll be different branches here in the future. Like I said, if it's in some type of spell or skill, that'll branch into its own little section where we'll have to build that out a little bit. But since this is kind of like the attack section, we can do it this way. So now we'll create the combat event. Combat event equals combat event dot new builder dot set source, and that's the combat unit. And then we need to set the action, and we're just going to put that as attack for now. Then we need to set the value, and that's the damage. And then we need to set the target, and that is targets. And then we build this object. All right, cannot resolve method set targets list of combat units. This one's getting mad too. A unit builder is the type that it's pulling in. And that means this is a list of unit builders. Not sure what happened here. By creating the repeated and setting the targets, I don't know how I'm going to do this one the way that it's telling me. I can't do a get builder on this one. Let me think. What is it saying here? Well, what if, so I just mentioned each unit could take different damage anyways. What if instead of this being a list of targets, what if each entry of combat event is one target and one source? And I think that might fix this issue as well. And it probably will be cleaner in the long run. Because each unit can trigger different things that cause it to take less damage or heal more damage, you know. So the values can be different. The value setting can be different for each thing, even if it's still a fireball or an attack to multiple units. The value can be different per target. So this setting a list of targets with one damage value isn't going to work anyways, the way we have this. So let's change that. We can see that's not going to work like we expected. It's okay. That's why we do it this way. So this will be unit target instead of unit, or instead of a repeated unit, it's just a unit target. So 1 1 1 1. We'll have to do a quick regen so the code works correctly. And then once that's generated the file, we should be able to just do set target. And this will be right now, this still isn't going to work 100% the right way either. But how can I do this for now? And we can reiterate on that. We can do a, we can loop through the targets. Because that's kind of what we were saying we wanted to do. For every target, we should be doing this differently. And the damage should be happening that way as well. So really we need to change the we need to change the way that the attack function is working. It needs to only work on one at a time, because what if your attack hits two really tanky characters and a mage character? There's no way it's going to do the same damage to all three. That just doesn't make sense. So let's go into this. Needs to just be singular. You can only attack one thing at a time, even if it's a multi-attack skill or a multi-attack weapon. As far as how you define what the attack did, it needs to be per unit. Okay. Once I change that, these are going to get mad. It's fine. This should be a quick fix. It's going to clean up the code a little bit too. So we can get rid of this. It's no longer a loop. We're just doing once I get one fixed, I'll just copy and paste this to the other one. Let's move this back, make it cleaner. And these two spots where it says combat unit needs to read defender now. Okay. Everything else should stay the same. We're still calculating it the same. We're just doing it one unit at a time. It was still, the way I had it, it was still calculating the damage correctly across the unit because it was looping through and picking the right defender's defense and stuff. But as far as the combat event stuff was set up, it wouldn't have worked really clean with it. So this will be better. Copy that over to the monster unit for now. You can see I still need to figure out how to attach these better because we shouldn't be copying and pasting exact code like this between the two. That just means we're doing extra that we shouldn't have to. I still think what we'll eventually do here to do a cleaner refactor in this area is to make the combat unit an abstract class and build out any of these methods that are exact copy and paste from one to the other. If they're not exact, then we might need them separate, but I'm sure there's at least some refactor capability here in making it cleaner. It's not good practice to do it in one and then have to jump over to another one. What if I add some kind of additional unit in the future? Then we're going to have to start doing it to that too. So that's, right now this isn't clean. Okay. So instead of targets, we're passing target in. And right here, instead of setting the targets, we're setting the target. But it needs to be the builder, like the other one. And now that we have this combat event in this loop, we need to do something with it or we're going to lose it. So we need a list of combat events. And then once we have that list ready, we can attach it to the combat object. So where do I generate this? This is going to be for the whole it's going to be for the whole combat. It doesn't matter who does the combat event. We need that list all together. So we'll create it at the top of this loop. And then down here, now that we've generated one, we need to add it. Add combat event. My goodness, I got crap stuck in my throat today. Hey, how's it going, Clarion? I wouldn't say I'm vibe coding. Most of this is coding I'm doing on my own. Although I have used ChatGPT to do a little bit of assistance coding is what I'd call it. So I mean, I like to ask it questions when I get stuck. And I did have it help me kind of figure out how to set up code in different areas. So a little bit of assistance coding. I'm not going to call it vibe coding. I'm not against vibe coding, but I don't think it does things specifically enough and authentic enough for what I'm looking for to do it the majority of the time for this project I'm working on. All right, so we've got the combat events saving to this new list. And that right now, the only thing that can happen for an event is an attack. So this is the only place we have to capture events for now. In the future, we'll build this out for actions, spells, skills, anything else will get built in here as well. But so we have this list now down here in the update combat. We're going to have to add one extra value that we're passing into it. So we're going to pass this list of combat events in. So that we can save it onto our object. Why is it getting mad? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. So we have the list down here. We have these different builders. So we're going to need the builder for combat events as well. And this is just stuff tied to the gRPC protocol stuff. That's kind of what this whole idea is. This builder stuff going on is all tied to the proto files, and this allows me to create, kind of generate these object models across different programming languages and stuff like that. So that's what's allowing me to use Java on this server side and then generate the same data sets, the same data models for my C# side in Unity3d. So that's, and that allows me to also create the RPC calls between the two, and they link up just fine. So that's why I like the gRPC protocol stuff for this project. Okay. So now that I have the builder, here it's looping through all the combat units. And I don't need to do a loop for that. I need to create a separate loop though for the combat events, I think. As long as I didn't do dot build. Did I do dot build? Well, that's fine. For each individual combat event, I can close out that object. How do I add all? I think there is a way to add all to this. So what we need to do is it can go down here underneath the loop through the combat units, but I should be able to just do combat events. Let me think. Okay, so I should be able to do combat event builder dot set. Wasn't that set all or something like that? No, that's not what I meant. I meant combat builder dot set combat events, or set all. What was it? Set all. Add all. Add all combat events. That's what I wanted, because I already have my list of combat events ready to go. So I just need to add them to the combat object that gets passed back to the UI. So we've already generated the list. We add it. It doesn't need to get iterated anywhere into the database, so we don't have to do any of that stuff with this, which is nice. And it gets passed back. It gets passed back to the UI. So I think that's all we need on the server side. Let me check and see what is getting mad in my combat. What did I miss here? Oh, I make that call again, so I need to just update. What is this? This is combat's getting initialized one time. Can I just pass null? There's not any combat events when I'm initializing combat. I don't think that'll break anything. I'll just make sure I do a null check on the UI side. If it's null, then of course don't do anything. Okay. Let's we're gonna have to regenerate the proto files. I still have this open from yesterday, so just regenerate. That way we have that new combat event available on the UI side now. And let's go ahead and start the server, and then we're going to jump into the Unity side now. And we need to build that out on the Unity side. So now we should have a group of events, and when we see an event, that's when we trigger things to happen on the UI. Geez, I got all sorts of errors. What the heck? Um, Let me make sure. So it's regenerating, but if I generated, remember how I had it in its separate class? If I have both, if it's in both spots, that's going to cause issues. So let me look at the project. Generated scripts. I might just delete all of these and have it regenerate one more time. Yeah, see there's a combat event, and I think that's causing issues. Let's just delete all the generated stuff and regenerate. That way we know nothing in here is old. Because we also had hero and monster separated before too, and we don't want those to be showing up. I think I already fixed that, but this is the way to for sure make sure that it's only new generated files in there. I'm hoping that gets rid of this funky error stuff going on. All right, errors are gone. Good deal. So now let's look in. We do still have one error. Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't. It just lied to me. So now I need to think, where do I put, so we have this, in the combat manager, there's an action that gets invoked when combat's updated. So in the And who's grabbing that right now? Was it the individual components? Party panel controller grabs it, and I'm guessing the enemy panel controller does too. Okay. So that's where I'm grabbing the event trigger for when I say it. I mean, when I say this, I mean this is where it's getting the RPC call that's streaming in. So this has all the combat data on it, including that new list of events. So right now, this is so on combat updated, all it's doing is adding the party object. And then it's running the update party panel call. So this is where we changed it, and it doesn't recreate the stuff, which is nice. We're just updating the data on those objects. So let me think, how do we trigger these events? It almost would have been smarter for us to put the combat event on the target or on the source. That way, that would be already attached to this. And then once we pass it to the hero component controller, gets a hold of it. And then in there, what do we trigger when we send that? Right now, we don't trigger anything because we're not actually doing anything with it. But we could, in this update, once it updates the data, we can have it run some kind of script. I mean, we can probably do that now. Let's see. So we're saying update hero component hero in the party panel. But what if we create a list of events that are tied to this method and that are tied to this hero? So I just need to say if I need to create another little sub function here. And it'll pretty much say, it'll be if get hero event. Let's not say hero, because this is probably going to be something that'll work for monsters or heroes. So we'll create one of this. Get Unity this event list. Can we save this? A list of combat event. Import. not what I meant to do. Import. Why does it say N unit? It didn't import it that way. Class name is not valid at this point. So I gotta do combat event unit events equals get unit events. And for this, we're passing in we need the combat object, and it's right here, but we didn't pass it to, let's pass it down the line here. So get unit events, and we're passing the combat object for that as well. All right, so I don't want to put this in here because I want it to be the same for the enemy panel controller. So let's make another script. And we'll just call it, it just can be, it doesn't have to be a mono behavior. This is just going to be called combat util. Kind of like on the server side, we had that to combine some different functionality. We can create it on this side as well. And then this will be a this will be a static public method. It'll return a list of combat events. And I called it get unit events. And we're passing in the combat object. So let's import this stuff. That one too, please. And so what we want to do here we want to iterate through we got to pass the unit as well. This needs to say unit. And over here, we need to say hero combat. And this needs to read combat util dot. And import. Okay, got all the connections. So now we have the unit. We need to say for each combat event in combat events. And we also need to create this new list because we're going to be adding to it. We'll just call it unit events. Yep, that was right. It didn't look right at first. If combat event dot source unit dot common dot get ID or ID equals unit dot common dot ID. That's when we know they're a matching. The source units are matching. So then we want to add this event to the unit events object. All right, and then at the end, we just want to return whatever we created. So that'll give us the list of events for a unit. And now we can pass that. We'll set this up where we can pass that into the update hero component. So we need to pass this unit events as well. Same down here. We're going to need to do this call down here as well. And right here we have a list of combat events called unit events. All right. So now we have a list of events that we know are tied to the unit. So on the hero component controller, let's create so we should just be able to create this same list on the hero component controller, attach it, and then we'll create a method in the hero component controller that will trigger here. I think that should work just fine. So let's jump into that one. And we'll store this in a property list of combat event unit events get set and the list object. And then we're going to create a new method called void do events. Do something. Okay. So let's finish updating the party panel. So we need to attach the what did I call it? Unit events equals unit events. So we've attached that to the proper controller. The proper hero has it now, and we just need to run do events. Do events, do events, do events. It needs to be public. Okay, so we made it this far. We have the events. Now, normally what we'll do here is it's going to be a switch statement looking at the action type so it knows what to do. And we'll go ahead and try to set it up that way. When we need to loop, because it's a list. So we need to say for combat event. It's for each, not for in C#. And unit events. We can name that unit event. Did I not name that right? Okay. And then I just need to decide what's going to happen here. So switch, we're doing a switch on the action. And we have a case right now of attack. That is the only thing that can happen. Currently. This will get built out a lot more as we add more types. So when we attack, first of all, we want to cause the attack method to run, which will cause the animation to happen. We don't have to do anything with the data because that's being done by the server. We just want to display something. I also want to create we also need this idea of the target. So a target event, we have the target unit in the event. So the same way we looked for the events that were sourced by this unit, we probably also need to look and see if this unit was the target of any events. And if that happens, that also needs to get attached in a separate list. So this is the list of unit events. Let's make another list called target events. And that way we can make the updates that way as well. So this is where we can say, okay, if I'm the target, and if I just took damage from an attack, now we have that on the target object where we can say, okay, let's spawn floating text that shows how much damage I took. And do some kind of little swipe animation to show that they're the ones that got attacked. So right when the unit that caused the attack does the like attack animation, we also want an animation to happen on the target unit. And that's your way of your brain will actually realize those two things are tied together. We can, for now, we can just, since I don't have any sprites for the enemies, I can just have it maybe blink red or something. And I could probably still do the floating text over the box for now. Yeah, this should work good. So this do events. Let's rename this to do unit events. Because now we're going to have another one called do target events. If they're the target of an event, then they also need to do something. Okay. So this looks good for the source. Should we test this now? We don't have the target side yet, but let's test let's just see if when our units attack, I think it should now do the attack animation. So we should at least have that. I think. I'm looking. I'm just making sure I'm not missing a step. I don't think I am. It seems like everything's there. And of course, this is only on the hero side right now. I haven't built out the monster side. Let's just test and see what happens. See if that was enough code to connect this up like I wanted. So our hope is our heroes will swing their swords when the action bar fills up, because that means they're taking an action, which is an attack, because that's the only action we have right now. I'm sure I've got something in here though. I'm sure there's at least one bug. No, where'd my heroes go? I didn't get any errors in the console. That doesn't mean that we didn't actually have an error. Oh, my server's not running. I need to put some kind of, I'm just going to put a to do. I need to actually search for my to dos and see which ones I have so far. But in the combat manager, I need to do some kind of to do. Have something alert player if the server connection is not made. So the game will know when we start it if it hasn't been able to make a connection to the server, but right now we're not actually letting the player know that. So as you just saw in my test case, it's kind of just like what's going on because nothing shows up. So I need something to show up that says server not found or server offline, something. All right, let's try again. Let's make sure the server started. Oh, it's not starting. Combat service has all sorts of stuff going on. I don't remember us having any issues on this before we left this. I'm going to do a clean install to make sure I didn't miss something, but I thought we had this working. Didn't we? Maybe not. Maybe I need to double check the server here and make sure that it's running. Just working on the UI. Slowly getting things coming together on the combat scene for my 2D fantasy style RPG. We got this server client architecture going on, which will be nice in the future as we start building this out into more of a multiplayer type possibility for gaming. I realize I could have done like some type of single player initially in Unity and then tried to convert it to multiplayer, but in my head, this was the better way to structure everything and start putting it together. Yeah, I might have been able to get a little bit farther on the gameplay if I went that direction. But I think then when I came back and tried to refactor it into a multiplayer game, it would have been an absolute mess trying to figure out how to make all that work in the code that would have already been set up in Unity. Because everything would have been in Unity if I did it that way. And Unity does offer multiplayer frameworks, but I think this one's going to work nice because you can very easily encapsulate Java servers like in a like I could do like Amazon Docker instances or something and I can scale them up or down based on the load. and I'm very familiar with a lot of that already with my day job, so. All right, it says it built successfully, so let's see if it will start now. Oh, been a little under the weather the last 2 days. Just out of energy. But the weather's changing where I live. We're not getting the sun or the warmth. It's cooling down, and we're getting clouds, and we're getting rain. It's just turning into the gloomy pre-winter stuff that happens. If I had more money, I'd travel south like birds do for the winter. All right, started just fine, so I must have just had something funky in the build. So take two. Let's see if what we're hoping for here is that our heroes will trigger their attack animation when that happens, which should be when their bars get full, their action bars. Oh, we do have an error now. Let's see what this one is. It says it's a client error or a streaming error, so it's probably on the server side is where we're going to see the error. It's a null pointer that's going to the combat events, which makes sense. That's something we just added. Why is it showing me the generated code when I click on a Java class? Oh, that was right. That is a generated class. Combat is. I was thinking that was in combat service. Okay, so it's saying, what is it saying? Is it just saying this is null? Which, so I need to just do some null checks is what that means. Because it can be null. So I guess I just need to say if combat events dot is empty, and the opposite of that, if it's not empty, then add this object. We might have to do this on the front end as well. So that should fix this null pointer. It should only get added to if we have any combat events, which we're only going to have combat events when something triggers an attack. So there's going to be a whole lot of combat loops without any combat events. So that should fix the server. And let's just run it. I think we're also going to have the same issue on the front end probably, but let's run it and see. Maybe not. But I think it's probably going to throw a null pointer as well. When I tell it to grab that object, if it's empty, it's not going to grab anything. All right, server's running again. Let's try this again. Cannot invoke is empty because combat events is null. Okay, sorry. If combat events is null, is not null. I guess that's the way I should have done that because it got mad at me. Okay, server's running again. Just keep trying. Eventually, we're going to get this to run. Just got a few little bugs here tied to null pointers. All right, no server errors. So as soon as their bars filled up, it crashed. So, I mean, I guess that's good in a way. We got an actual combat event. So over here, okay, what's it saying? All right, so when there was an actual combat event, that's what triggered an error in the server now. I must have a debug that's doing this. Cannot invoke hero unit builder.build because builder for value is null. Where's that at? Why? What did I do that caused that to start having errors? Because is this tied to the new event stuff I just added? I don't think so. Streaming error for combat, null pointer. Build updated unit, which sets these different builders. I don't have anything tied to combat events in these objects on the server side. So nothing should have changed on this builder. Let's go up before the errors and before this debug and see if there's anything else up there that I'm missing. Hero unit. So what caused this debug? This logging statement. It's actually on the monster. Is that what's happening when the monster's triggering a target? Which I don't have working yet, but I didn't know it was breaking anything either. Let's see. It wasn't breaking anything just a few minutes ago. Until we added this new combat event. All right. Hero unit common build is hero unit.get common builder. Hero unit common build is, and that's doing that. What's doing this? I have another. This. Hmm. It doesn't make sense to me. See how this says hero unit common build is ID colon. I don't see that logging statement. I mean, unless ID2 and then it does. I guess that is it. Yeah. So it hits ID colon 2 and then name colon. So it's just looping through. It's looping through the elements in that object. I mean, it has data. That's proving that whatever we're doing has data. What was the error again? It did that on every hero, right? Let's double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's six heroes in the party. It looped through all six. And then we get a null pointer on this line. I'm gonna take a quick break and go to the bathroom and I'll think about this. I walked away and went to the bathroom, and I did not figure this out in my head. We'll just have to step through it a little bit. I'm sure it's something little because this was working before. And I don't understand how my updates are part of this. I'm sure they are. I just need to figure that out. Somehow this is tied. Because all we did was add the changes for combat event. Something there had to have broken this process. We did change the attack function too. So we added we did change we changed attack from multiple attacks to just one. But that doesn't tie into the data object in any way. Like this is talking about the builder for the data object. Cannot invoke the build because builder for value is null. What would cause that to null? And it seemed to null out when it hit the attack. So I mean it did run. We can do this again with the server running. It runs. It doesn't error out until that first attack happens. So I mean if you watch at the bottom here, you won't see this stream error until the bar fills up. So it's not a long period of time, but you do have that first 2 or 3 seconds that it runs. Oh no, it did. It aired out right at the beginning. I lied. I was watching and it was there right when it started. All right. And that was still the same error, I'm guessing. I'm going to turn off this debug. That's making all these extra lines. Where was that at? That was in right here. Let's just change it to debug. I've been doing that on several of the I've been changing them to debug so they don't trigger. But if I want them to trigger, I can just turn on debug logging instead, and then I'm going to get an entire book, but then I can go through it if I need to. I'm restarting the server. I want to do this one more time. I think this is happening right on the very first one, and I changed. Maybe I didn't change something on the initialization part. I want to stop this so I don't get too many logs. Once it starts, it immediately errors. Okay, that's a lot cleaner. I don't have a ton of logs now. So here's the last line when the server started. So this is all the stuff that happened. So we are doing more than one loop. So it's not the initialization loop causing the error. That's what I was kind of wanting to check. And we've looped through how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after about, give or take, about 1.5 seconds, this error is happening. So why is it doing fine for 1.5-ish seconds and then something happens that causes this to break? what happens after 1.5 seconds. I'm going to double check the database and make sure I don't have any funky data in here, either through the code generating it or from me. Time elapsed is a little higher than I'm expecting. After 5 loops. 5 loops should only be around 1500. Why does my log only show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the initialization loop is 6? That seems odd in itself, outside of the error. Those numbers seem kind of high. What about the monsters? They should be very similar. Okay, so it looped. It's almost like it's doubling because there should only be 1500 milliseconds. And this final loop it ran could have, I mean, it was really close to the 3000, which would have been double. What in the heck did I do? I haven't even been messing with this part of the code. I don't think. I did make those updates last night where I tied the two objects together, so I bet I did something there. But the code made it all the way to the point until it triggered an attack by an enemy to a hero. And even though this was working before my combat event updates, now that I've made them, something here is causing it to crash. Well, it's also tied to the attack function itself. So let's check out the attack function. Maybe I did something there that I'm not following. Let's look at monster unit and hero unit for the attack function. Because I did like do a copy and paste there, and maybe it didn't, maybe I have something wrong in that copy paste stuff going on. There's not much here though. So the common builder is how we get a hold of the common elements in the unit. And then defender.getDefense, combat unit defender, defender take damage. So the defender take damage call. What's the keyword to just go to this? Control B. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I see something different between the two. So this is the hero. This is the monster. The monster was attacking the hero. I mean, I don't know if this is the error. I don't think I need this for this call. I think this is the right way for this to be. Although at this point I'm kind of confusing myself on some of this stuff. Common builder, get current HP. I have this call, and I had an issue yesterday too when I was doing this. In this get common builder, so this is a way for an external file to get a hold of this. So in this case, it's the the combat service. When I'm trying to call the builder stuff, this is how I do it. And I had issues where this was null at some points, and I don't know why. So I made this little null check in here, and if it is null, I told it to get the reference to that builder object. It was only on the common builder too, and it's the same. I feel like it's the same issue happening again. Almost. I don't know. This is a little confusing to me why I keep running into this builder issue. It shouldn't be happening. And see over here, I have the same. Like, I don't need all this. This is a mess. I have this on both of them. I don't know why I did that this way, but I'm going to change this too. I mean, if it's broken, all we can do is I'm going to set the current HP, and to get the current HP, I don't need to do all that either, because I already have the common builder that I just set up above. I got too much going on some of these, and maybe these references are somewhere here. I've got something that's not referencing correctly. So this is setting the time elapsed in the combat init to 0. Let's do the same thing over here, by the way. More duplicated code. Bad practice. I just don't feel like doing refactor work right now on my stream. Even though that's really what I should be doing, is refactoring all of this a little bit more. All right. That's setting the current HP to the base HP when combat starts, and it's setting the time elapsed to 0. So when combat starts, everything should be zeroed out. And then a normal loop is the round init, and all this does is, see, but this if statement isn't enough. If unit builder equals null is not enough. It needs to also say or common builder is null, or monster builder is null. And I think the reason I set this up this way is because I didn't want to overwrite the changes from the combat init. That's really what this is for. This should not be null, right? On the round initialization, this stuff should not be null. It should have been saved. Well, no, I think we already mentioned the way the looping works. It creates a new each time. I might have to I might have to read into a way to structure this in a way where I'm not recreating these objects every round. Maybe that's causing issues. It wasn't causing issues though. It was working just fine. All right, let's try this. Let's update this on both sides again. Let's see if we did any good by removing that, because we did clean up that a couple calls here. We're also making sure stuff isn't null here. We want to make sure everything has a value because it's finding nulls in these builders. We want to make sure if there's any nulls in these builders, they're getting reassigned. I want to check the update function real quick too, because something's duplicating there. Why is the time almost twice as much as it should be? So we have the time elapsed is coming in. This number is coming from the server. I mean, we're still on the server right now, but I'm just saying this is from the combat manager. It's the number of milliseconds. And we're adding whatever was already stored on our unit from the last pass is what this ends up being, plus the new amount. And I just have these debugs, which I have turned off, or they're at least on debug level now. If the time elapsed is greater than or equal to the get attack speed, time has elapsed, which, being real picky here, this should say monster since we're in the monster. We're setting it to ready, which the combat service will grab onto and cause the attack action. And then we're also setting the time elapsed back to 0. But I'm wondering if something here is maybe if I lose the reference to this, do I lose the update as well? Although that's not what it's looking like. It's looking like we're duplicating rather than losing updates. Common builder set time elapsed unit time. So this runs every time it doesn't attack. Set time elapsed unit time elapsed, which is the new number. I don't see any errors there. That looks right to me. Let's restart the server and see if we changed anything on the errors or not. I don't know if we did. I'm hoping like after I've done this on a more consistent basis for like a month, maybe then I'll just know these issues when they come up. Right now, I'm just really still learning some of this and I don't exactly know what is causing this error, unfortunately. Oh, we don't have an error. We have dudes swinging, but they're swinging way too fast. Well, I mean, so we did fix our issue. I'm not really sure how. Maybe I need to put some debugs in here or some logging in here now when combat events are triggered. Because something happened there and it looked like we were. This might go back to that same issue we just noticed, though, where the time elapsed seems to be going way faster than it really is. What if we increase the attack speeds by a decent amount so this doesn't happen so fast? So there's not quite so many events. And we can just watch one. Let's do that. I think that will help testing. So let's set one at 5 seconds. And I want to set the rest of them at like 30 seconds. I know that will never happen in the real game, but I don't want these other ones to trigger. I want to kind of just be able to follow the flow of this one. Oh, that's a monster. I don't even want to do monsters right now. So let's set all of those to 30 seconds. So none of these should trigger until 30 seconds goes up. And the same thing over here. I want one character set at 5,000 and the rest of them at 30 seconds. One at 5 seconds, everybody else at 30 seconds for trigger time. Attack speed. All right. That should allow us to debug this at least slightly easier. And I'm hoping the action bars work appropriately and we'll know which hero right off the bat is the one that we're testing with. So nobody should swing except for him after 5 seconds. This is so weird because now, except for that very first attack, it's doing what I want it to do. See how when it gets to the top, that's when the action happens and it's causing the attack. And the other ones are even working now. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000, four 1,000, five 1,000. It's even got the right amount of time. I'm confused. It wasn't working and now it looks like it's working. Do I question it? Do you want to go outside, Lilo? Let my dog out the door. Huh. That first loop through, though, was quick. Let's double check that again. I think what might be happening is when it's loading, it has already started the combat loop. Like at this point, I think it's already started. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. I might have even started before that. So that very first attack, I need to somehow, when I get the stream connection, how do I get it to not start attacking until the combat scene is ready to go? Because that's kind of what's happening there. It's working. Why didn't it work before? I don't know, but scratching my head. That very first test, it just was all wonky, and then I changed the attack speeds, and now it looks good. Do I change the attack speeds back and see if it's... See if it gets wonky again? I'm going to still keep them all kind of high, so they're not triggering quite as quickly. I think the lowest number I'll use is 4 seconds. And we'll just kind of... We're going to position all the other ones out in different areas here so they don't trigger at the same time. We'll do this first, and then if this works, we'll turn the monsters back down as well. Let's see. Should have all different action bars now. We're moving at different speeds. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that looks good. Looks really good. All right, let's turn the monsters down. I need to turn on, pretty soon here, I need to turn on a way to see the HP for the heroes to see if they're going down. We can actually check that in the database, I guess. I don't think I have that part working yet, but we're gonna find out real quick. Let's see. Current HPs are still all full, which means I don't have something working right for the monsters attacking yet. They should have attacked at least once in that last test, even though they're at 30 seconds. So let's turn all of them down. Let's do different numbers here. 6,500 and 12,000. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I still need a few more UI elements set up so we can see a little bit more of what's going on through the actual game scene. We can't see the enemy's action timers yet. We can't see the hero HP. We don't know if those are changing. Did I apply that already? I did. One more test before we move on. I still don't know why it was broken, and then it just kind of fixed itself there. It seems like it did anyways. So the first attack happens quicker than expected, mainly because it's already started at this point, even though the game scene's not loaded. 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 1,000. Okay. One enemy left. Stop. Double check, but I don't think the hero's HP is going down. It is not going down. So let's work on, let's add the monster action bar. It's going to pretty much be a copy of the hero action bar. Let's see if we can get that set up. That way we can see that in the game. Let's double check. Yeah, time elapsed is changing. You can see that over here. So we should be able to set up an action bar with that. No problem on the monster, just like we did on the... So we can even copy a lot of whatever we did over here. So we have... that's not the right spot. The hero component has an update. Let's just compare these two. We don't have a lot built out yet on the monsters. Okay. So we're updating. Yeah, right now we're not even making an update except for the very beginning for the monsters. That's not true though. I think my other code is calling update monster because their numbers are going down on the screen. But anyways, we need the reference to... We need a time elapsed. That tracks the time, and then we need to add update. Oops, space. And we need a reference to the image. Do I have that here? Oh, on that object, it's on the base controller. I'll probably, I guess it makes sense to set up the same logic on this side. Should I add? For now, I'm just going to create the image here. So we're going to do a serialized field, private action bar, private image action bar. That's Unity engine UI image. And then in the update, we're going to do pretty much what we did over here. Let's see. It's going to be a little different, but float action time equals... We have to grab it from our object. So what do we call the object? Monster obj dot common dot attack speed divided by 1,000. And then we just say if time elapsed is less than or equal to the action time, go ahead and increment it. Time elapsed is less than action time. And then action bar dot fill amount equals time elapsed divided by action time. And then on that loop where it gets reset, we want to also reset it in the UI. So if the back end says that time elapsed is 0, then we want the front end to match, even if it's a little bit off on the fill. So like the fill might only be at 90%, and then we just want to reset it back to sync up with the... And that's what's happening in that first round. We've noticed that already. That very first round when the game loads, the server is already ahead of it a few ticks before the game loads in. And so it looks like the attack is happening early, when in reality it's not happening early. The server's just ahead of the front end at that point. So we have to do some kind of sync. At some point here, we'll add some kind of syncing where it doesn't actually start the combat. We can even tie it to, I said I want to have a pause functionality. So really I should just default it to paused when it loads in. And once it's done loading in, then the player just clicks a start button, and that's what will trigger combat. So that's something we'll have to add soon. All right, so we have an action bar, but we haven't actually done the elements in the editor yet. So let's do that. After it's done building, I did click on it already, but it's building. Okay, let's go to, we need the prefab. What the heck did we call it? I don't see it. There it is. We're going to move that for now in here. Now eventually we're going to use actual sprites, animated sprites for monsters as well. Pretty soon here, but not quite there yet. I want to do this first and figure out, I want the combat flow to be working both ways and trigger the events. And then we can go ahead and throw on some of these extra things. So let's add a UI image. We'll call this the action bar background. We'll do that one first. And let's position this right at the bottom of their, let's make it a little skinnier so it's not blocking any text. Let's just do it like that. And we're going to duplicate this now. And this will be the action bar. And the background will be a dark gray. And then the action bar itself, we need to attach that pixel sprite. Remember, that's what it has to have a sprite in there to allow you to turn on the filled. And I use the 1 pixel. I think that helps on the fill part so that it doesn't look funky. If I used an actual image in there, it wouldn't look right when you're filling it. So we'll add that in there. And now you notice this other stuff turned on over here. So we want to pick image type filled. We don't want a radial method. We want horizontal. That'll mean it'll fill left to right or right to left. We're going to start from the left and fill here. And you can see as I test it here, just to show you what it looks like, that's what it'll look like filling up, which is perfect. So now that we have that image set up, we need to put that in the monster component controller. So see, we have this new reference to it. We're just going to drop that over there. And that should be all we have to do, and that action bar will start working now. So let's back out of here, back to the scene. Let's save the scene since we've made a few updates here. We don't want to lose them. And let's play and see if we see the action bars for the monsters now and if they look like they're working correctly. I think I set their times in between 5 and 15 seconds. So somewhere in there is what we should be seeing. This first round's going to be off by 3 or 4 seconds. Okay, that one's not working. Now we can see what's going on and why the monsters aren't attacking. Something's resetting their timers. What it looks like to be every row through, it's resetting their timers. All right, let's look and see what we have going on different between the monster update and the hero update, because the hero update is working. The monster update is not. Although I thought this was almost a cut and paste. If unit time elapsed is get time elapsed plus time elapsed. If it's greater than or equal to attack speed, we tell it to set it ready and then reset it to 0. Time ready is true. Time ready is false. Okay. And we did see, even though it looks like it's resetting every second, but in the database, I don't think it looks that way. If we look at time elapsed, it's numbers in the seconds, like, yeah. I mean, this one's almost 5 seconds since it was reset. This one's almost 3.5. And that should be the value that's making its way to the UI. And then we have attack speed here. We're dividing this is happening every update. We're getting the attack speed, so this is going to be a number. This action time will be somewhere between 5 and 15 is what this will end up being. If time elapsed is less than or equal to action time, it's almost like this is triggering every cycle. Is this data not getting saved somewhere? It has to be because it's updating in the database. Time elapsed. Let's look at the monster service, what's updating the database. Make sure we don't see anything funky in these where I'm missing something maybe. Time elapsed, get common, get time elapsed. And then up here, get time elapsed. The hero's working, so I'm going to kind of compare these two. I don't have this. So what does this do? It says get time elapsed not equal to null. and set it. Otherwise, set it to 0. But it's not null. This is not null. We can see the values in there. And then we're setting the common builder and we're setting the hero builder or the monster builder. True is get it. False is 0. Um, there's really not a lot of differences between these. But they seemingly are acting different. Let's do a in Unity. Let's do a debug. I want to see how often this is triggering. I think it's happening every single round is what it's looking like. So let's say resetting monster timer. We should only see this once every 5-ish seconds for each monster, but I think we're going to see it way more than that. At least the way it's looking on the screen. So let's test that real quick. And then if that's the case, we need to backflow or back up into each part that updates that number and see where it's breaking. Is it sending the right data from the server? If it's not, then we need to go back to the server. But if we have the right data from the server, we need to quit looking over there and just fix it on the front end. Yeah, see how many times the monster timer's resetting? It's going up by 4 every. It's going up by a lot. So, I mean, it's running every time we see that jump back. I don't know why it looks like it's going all the way full, like in a split second either, though. It's almost like, and that's when the game ended. That's why it looks like it's doing something different now, but it's really not. Okay, so that's happening. So let's check so like I said, let's back up one step. Let's see if the data from the server's right or wrong. So, I mean, it's got to be wrong, right? Because that's what this is doing. It says if time elapsed equals 0. It's got to be it's got to be 0. So if the data has 0 in this object, that means the data from the server is wrong. Wish I could get this to attach correctly. I'm gonna save this because last time I did this it crashed, but I want to see. I want to try one more time and see if I can use my debugger because that would help. I don't know why it's been acting up. I don't really have much going on. I'll just try it one time, otherwise let it go. It'll probably take quite a bit longer to run when you run it in debug mode. It always takes a lot longer. I want it to stop here. And I just want to look at the data that's coming from the server. Make sure that it's not completely zeroed out. I don't think it is. I mean, we're seeing the attacks do damage in the UI for the monsters. So that part has to at least be coming over. The hit points, the current HP, and the max HP is coming over. Is this running? If it is, it's not catching this on my debug. Come on. It's almost getting chilly in here today. Should have wore a warmer shirt. Is my debugger going to run? It's still compiling. Anytime now, you can go. It's okay. Come on. Come on, you can do it. That little progress bar is a little deceiving. It filled all the way up and it's just been sitting up here for twice as long. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I need to figure this out off camera too. If I don't get it running today, I'm gonna try to do a little bit of research into why my debugger keeps messing up. Maybe it's working now. We don't know yet. It's just taking forever. Way longer than I expected. Is it running? I don't think so. If it is, it's not. Oh, there we go. It's running finally. All right. So what do we have here? We have the combat object, and it should have the encounters and the party members. So in the encounters is what I'm kind of looking at right now. And if we look at front row has 3 characters. The attack speed is there. The time elapsed is there. It should be the same for everybody right now because nobody's triggered an attack. Let's loop through and see if it grows. And it should, because it looks like it does. Okay, so this is the second time through the combat events. Let's view that same object we just looked at. So see, time elapsed has gone up. Oh, I'm looking at the back row, but let's look at the front row just to compare apples to apples. Yeah, so it's still going up. Nobody's attacked yet, of course. And this is in Unity. Unity has this data. So the time elapsed field is not 0. It is not. I don't see where it says it's 0, even though it looks like it's refreshing every. Let's run a few more loops here. You know what I should be doing? I should also have a trigger on this. If this is happening, I want to know. So right now, where we're at, you can see the time elapsed still hasn't made it to attack speed. So it's going to keep incrementing on all 3 of these. Now let's do another loop. This should not trigger that other. Let's do another one. Another one. Okay, so it's not triggering that. Can I see the UI? I don't think I can see the UI when I'm in debug mode. I don't know. I just made it mad. I kind of wanted to see if the UI was updating or not. I don't know if it does. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think I'll be able to see it when I'm debugging it. It's not triggering the. No, it's not triggering and resetting to 0. But have we made it to an attack yet? Maybe once it makes it to that first attack, then it starts screwing up. So we've got 1, 2. So in 3, 1 click, 2 click. I think 3 clicks, we should trigger that other breakpoint. So let's try that. 1, 2, 3. We might have to do this one more time because it might actually happen in this same loop, but this might happen first. Oh, nope, it's not triggering at all. Either that or this breakpoint's not set up right. I have this one up here too, and that didn't trigger when we started. Well, I'm a little confused now. I can't get it to grab that even when it should grab it. Like this should be true at least every time something attacks. Let's double check the object. Make sure that one of them reset. Whichever one was to the point where it attacked this one. So see, it did an attack, and now it's started over at 0 and it's incrementing back up, and the other ones are still counting up. So this one is the next one. It should trigger in 2 clicks, but it's not. I mean, it might be, and maybe this just isn't. My breakpoint's not capturing for whatever reason. It could be tied to how this is a generated object. Like this didn't get generated until combat, and it got added to a component in the game. I don't know. I really wish I could see the UI. That would be the indicator if the numbers I'm seeing here were matching up to the action bars, which I can't imagine they are. Time.delta time. Stopping in the combat enemy panel controller, no problem. This other one does not seem to be. I can't imagine that's not getting hit. We had that debug in there. Remember, we added the debug log and it was hitting all the time, every round. I know this code's getting ran. I know it. It's not stopping. Let's stop and restart it one time. So let's stop it. And make sure the Unity side stopped too. Okay. Now let's do that again. Hopefully it goes faster this time. Maybe because I set the breakpoint while it was already running, it wasn't going to work. Oh, it's probably popping that screen up, isn't it? It's just loading so far. It's not gonna go any faster, is it? Okay, that was a little faster. Hit that encounter one. Now let's push play or resume. Just double check the combat object again. So it was under encounter. We were looking at the front row, mobs. So we can see it's counting up. It's only to 800 so far. Let's check it again. We should be getting close to one of those, I think. We're about halfway. I guess we're not close yet. Each time I push this, it's like another loop through the combat loop. Where are we at? How many more clicks? Looks like about 4 more clicks. About. Should trigger 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to do one more just to make sure. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, that other breakpoint isn't triggering, but I think it's actually happening. We can't see it because the screen's not updating. But we had that code, that debug log statement that was triggering like crazy. But we can see that this reset down here. The time elapsed started back at 0 when it hit 5,000, and then this is what it's back up to. And the other ones are still up above 5,000 because they haven't hit their action timers yet. This is weird. What is going on? So I can see the values in there. So the data is coming from the server correctly. So I think I just have something funky going on with my action bar. I don't think I set something up right. So let's look at that again. This one. So I'm setting the action timer. Let's console log out. I know this is gonna do it every frame, but I just want to see what the not console log. Debug log. That was like a JavaScript thing. Text speed. Let's make sure that that's not coming over funky. And let's do the same thing for time elapsed. Make sure we're not getting any weird numbers when we're checking the values here. I don't think we will, but I don't really know. We're going to play it regularly this time, so we'll be able to see the graphics and the funky action bar stuff going on. And hopefully these debugs give us some sense of what's happening. If they have data in them and it's the numbers we're expecting, it's going to be really confusing to me because it's not working. All right. It does look like it's working. See how the numbers are going up? We're getting numbers, we're not getting zeros. I mean, there's zeros every once in a while when the attacks actually happen, which is normal. I've got something set up wrong on the action bar. Because, I mean, the data's there. These, whatever the heck's going on here. Let me double check the component we just set up. So we have the action bar, left horizontal filled. It looks right when it's filling. We got that pixel in there like we needed. Don't need to do anything with the background. And then on the actual component, we have that put in. Now I did set because I have the sprites already set up for the heroes, this is slightly different, but it's still the same thing. We got the pixel, filled, horizontal, left. The amount that it's full doesn't matter because that's going to get changed. And then this object here has the reference to the action bar. And then if I compare the code between the two on what's updating that, it's just, it doesn't make sense. So we know these have values. I can take those back out. Oh, I think I know what's happening. For the heroes, we are we're creating an object and updating that object. And for this monster setup, we're still doing the destroy and recreate in the controller. I bet when I'm destroying it and recreating it, I'm losing any of these references. Mainly this one, the time elapsed reference is getting zeroed out. So let's try to change that. I think that's the issue. See where it's destroying them instead of just updating them. So the way I fix this for the party, let's look at that. Because we might have to do something similar. I have a create party panel when it first creates it. And then it only runs the updates after that initial create. So I'm using just an initialization flag. And I'm looping through. And I'm updating the component. And I have how did I do that? I think I created a list of those objects and saved them. Yeah, see here? When I created them, I saved them in this list of controllers. And then I I loop through it in the update, and then I find the matching ones. So if it matches, then I update those objects. So let's do this the same way for the enemy. Even though it's not quite the same setup yet, we can still do this. So we have the update enemy panel, but we want to create a new one called create enemy panel. And this is going to do this section here. Okay. And then in the am I just doing it on update? Oh no, I was doing it on combat updated. That makes sense. So up here I said if init, I need an init field too. So let's do private boolean is init. And in the start we'll say is init equals false because it hasn't been initialized yet. And then down here we'll say if initialized, just run update party panel. Otherwise, run the create enemy panel. Okay, so that should make sure that, oh, and I also need to say, isn't it equals true once it's done with the creation. Let's put it after it. Okay, so that's set to true now, so it won't run more than once. It's going to generate them. We no longer need these destroys because they're not getting destroyed. And in the update, or actually in the generation, I mean, we're going to have to grab those references. So we want a list of monster component controllers. And then we need to initialize that list. And then down in the create, we need to attach that. So right here, we're getting a reference to the controller. Well, we're not really. So what we want to do here is say monster component controller equals go dot get component monster component controller. Okay, so now we have a reference to it. I gotta add controller on there because I already used that naming. And then down here, I can say monster component controller. I don't have to do that again. And then I can also say monster components dot add monster component controller. And we got to do that for both the front row and the back row. So copy that, put that under that statement. And then get rid of that like we did before. And we need to add it to the so now we have the list in the create. We've created them and listed them. Now down here, where we do the updates, Where did I put that at? I put that in the update party panel. The first one is getting the unit events. And then I do an update hero component. And I'm just looping through the controllers. Looking for matches and attaching the updates. Okay. So we'll say, we'll do this the same way. We'll say update. I don't think this needs to be public. I don't know why it's public over there. Update monster component. We're going to pass in the monster. What the heck is it? Our unit. And also the combat events. And then we just want to loop through the monster component controllers in monster components. Whoops. And if the controller dot monster object dot common dot id equals monster dot common dot id, and then we just need to update it. So the dot monster object equals monster, and the unit events, which I don't think I've added yet. So return. We'll add the unit events after this works. So now we have it updating instead of deleting and recreating those objects. And we also need it to update I think that's good though. I don't think we need anything else there. All right, so it runs through, it runs this one time and adds them to the list. And then every other time it's running update enemy panel. So in here it's, oh, that's not right. No. This is instantiating again. So these, instead of this in the update, we just want it to run update monster component. That's right, I didn't actually make this call yet. That's why it's still gray. And we're going to pass in the monster and the events, which we haven't actually got yet, right? We already said, well, we still have the list of events, but we haven't defined anything in the, so we can do this much. Just like we did on that side. Oops. Oops. You gotta love when autocomplete does something you do not want. Get unit events, monster, combat. We don't have combat. We need to pass combat. Yes, import that, please. And this needs to be unit events we just created. Copy that to the bottom section. Okay. We have one more red squiggly up here because we need to add what we just did there. So we're passing the combat object now. I think that's gonna fix our issue. See, doing that debugging helped because we realized we were getting data from the server. It was coming over from the server just fine. So we had no issues in the server. We knew it had to do with the Unity stuff, and that's when we figured out deleting and recreating those objects was causing the time elapsed field to go back to 0. I don't know why it looked like it was filling up sometimes. Like it looked like it was starting at 100%. And maybe that was just a blip when, because that's how I have the prefab saved with 100%. So that's probably what it was. For like one frame, you see that it's 100% until it adjusts. I hope anyways, we're going to see what happens. Let's see if we fixed everything. Or maybe I'm missing a change here or there. All right. That looks much better. Although, by doing this, whatever was causing the HP to update, we broke that. So we need to find out where that was happening. And I probably just need to update that script now that I changed how this works. I don't think I had anything that was updating these outside of it getting the start. And because it was working is because we were recreating it every time. So the start function is where that's updating and nowhere else. So we need to change that. So that was on the enemy or the monster component controller. See how we have this update monster, but it's only being called on start. So really all we need to do is get this out of here and we need to put it. Well, actually it can still be there when it creates it, but we're also going to call this. This is public. We're going to call this from our update function over here. So on combat update, we run the update enemy panel. Okay. And over here, we're updating the component. So we're giving it the new values. And now we just want to run one more thing that says, or actually it's down in this next section. So inside the controller, we've set the new object. Now let's go ahead and run the updates. So monster component controller dot update monster. Now we should see the hit points updating as well. And this is a little different than the unit stuff because we haven't built out those sprites and stuff for the monsters. So that's why the code isn't the same between the two right now. Eventually they're going to be very similar. Although I think I already mentioned the heroes will always be a little different because I'm using this asset that I downloaded for the Fantasy Heroes creator thing. And the monsters can't work that way. We don't have a way to generate them with this same asset, so it's going to have to be different. What happened there? There we go. Stats are updating again. Action bars are working. Now we need to finish with the event stuff. So now that we have both sides working, we have the action bars working. Let's set up the events a little bit farther. So we triggered the attacks on the hero side. Let's also capture them on the monster side. I think that's what started this whole rabbit hole of fixing the monsters to begin with. So we need to capture these events. So in the monster component controller, it'll be set up similar to this. We have this list of events. So we have unit events for them, and then we have target events if this is a target. So we're going to need the same thing here. We need, and we'll set them up as properties like I did over there. So we want the same thing. Unit events, get and set. Nope. And we'll have the target event. Okay. And then in the hero for the unit events, let's go ahead and set that up the same way over here. So we have a call called do unit events. And we're just going to loop. Actually, I can copy this completely because it's not going to be different between the two. I'll create an attack method over here, even though it'll look slightly different because we can't call an animation on this one. We don't have animations on this. We still want to just have a an attack. And down there I played an animation. I don't know if this needs to be public. Don't think I'm calling that outside of this class. Okay. What do I want this to do? I want it to can I make this do? That'll be quick. Since I'm not going to keep these little boxes for too much longer. Let's just do a debug log. We don't need anything pretty right now because this isn't going to stay. And let's just say, what did I do? My goodness. Monster. Dot. Monster. Or no, common. Dot. Name. Attacked. And I can even put I can't put it here because I don't have a link to the unit event anymore. Unless I pass. That's fine. That's fine. We're just going to say they attacked. That will kind of be similar to the animation on the hero, just showing that this is working. Let's make sure that's working. I think that's all set up the same way, so it should be. I need to turn those other debugs off too before we run this. Or did I already? Where it was showing the timings. Maybe I already turned that off. Where was that at? That was on here. I think I already deleted it. I think it was right here. Okay, I think we're good. Let's run it. We just want to see when the bar fills for an enemy, we want to see that it says they attacked. And that very first time, remember, is going to be a little off because of the out of sync issue with the server. I am not seeing any debug logs. Okay. Okay, what did I miss here? So let's go back. The panel, party panel controller first. Let's make sure we're actually getting that data over to the monster. I don't know if we are yet. So right here, we're getting that. We're creating the panels. And then on updates. Oh yeah, that's right. We didn't actually pass it in yet. See, we didn't mess anything up. We just didn't actually pass the data all the way through yet. So here we need to assign unit events. Is this where it goes? Okay. I guess we didn't do target events yet because I don't see that here, even for the heroes. I don't think we actually did that. We were just talking about it. So we're updating the unit events and doing the unit events. We need to make that call too. Missing several steps here, didn't I? All right, that should work. Now we should see our debug log showing when they attack. I'm 80% confident that that will happen. Man, as this game gets bigger and bigger, I wonder how long this is going to take to build in between each test run. I feel like a lot of the time's just waiting for things to compile. Looks like it's working. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. Yeah, about 5 or 6 seconds or so. Let's stop this and just double check the debugs to see how fast stuff was happening. It seemed like it was kind of fast, but maybe not. The first one is always out of whack. I don't know how to fix that yet, because the server has already started combat before Unity is initialized. So there's probably 3 or 4 seconds that pass, and that's why these first 3 attacked within, I mean, probably just as soon as the screen showed up, it already showed them attacking. So like I mentioned, I think the way we're going to fix that eventually is we're going to create a way to pause combat and default it to that when Unity loads. So it's waiting for us to click a start button, and then it should trigger everything. But the large rat, there's only one large rat, so this will be easy to track. So at 40 seconds, it attacked. And then at 42 seconds, it attacked. 44. That seems kind of fast. I don't think I had it set that low. It went from 44 though. Rat attacked. Now the next one went all the way to 48, which sounds closer. Oh, but look, now there's one at 49. Wait a minute. Something's off there. We got attacks all over the place. Let's double check the database. What was our attack speed for? Let's close this. Let's rerun it. I don't think I updated that anywhere, but just make sure we're looking at the same data it just ran off of. The rat is set at 6,500. That's 6.5 seconds. So even something's up there. Big time. At no point did it take the full 6 seconds. Let's run it again just to kind of watch. So the rat should be taking about 6 seconds for that bar to fill up and for attacks to show up down here. I mean, is the bar working and just the debug or the whatever the events I mean are off? All right, where's the rat? 1,000, 2,000. Oh, did you see that? That was just the first one though. Oh, well, I wonder if it matters when they're dead. I don't even have that coded in yet. So really that doesn't matter to the game. They'll just keep attacking regardless. The time elapsed was right. It was about 5 or about 6 seconds or whatever for this bar to fill up. But the problem is it's not matching up with the server. That it should be resetting every time it says rat attack down here. That should go back to 0 for one. That's one thing. And then, I mean, the other issue is it shouldn't be happening that often to begin with. 2, 3, 4. Look, I just watched that bar go up to full and it attacked 3 times in the same period of time. Okay, so we do have something still messed up here. Let's look. We know the data is coming from the server correctly. We've looked at that. Although the event stuff we haven't looked at, so that might be wrong. It might actually, it has to be sending events that are triggering that. Let me double check that code. So we're setting up the, there's the combat object. Then we're saying update panel. Right here, we're grabbing the events and the combat util. If combat event source unit common ID equals unit.common.id. So the unit we passed in, which is this object that we're assigning stuff to, it should only be pulling events that are tied to them. And then it adds that to the list for that object. There was only one rat in my picture, right? Or in my database? Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't two. If there was two, then that would have screwed up my whole debug there. Okay, so the events are making their way in here. So let's just backtrack then to the server. We might have to add some logs when we're generating. Yeah, we need to turn this one off. So that we can see the new ones we're getting ready to add. That one's fine. It only happens one time. Let's turn this one to debug for now. And then there should be one more that says starting combat loop. And I want to turn this one into a debug as well. That will clean up the logs in the server. And then we want to add a new log anytime an event is generated. So where did we do that at? So right here, we want to log combat event created. And let's put it there, and it should show it. Hopefully this might look really long, though. We're going to find out, I guess. Because this might be happening more often than we realize. It really shouldn't be, though. Like every 5-ish seconds, there should be about 10 records. Maybe not even that many. If we have to, we'll change the attack speeds way back up again, so we're only kind of troubleshooting one unit. But this might be good for now. So we've turned off a lot of that generic logging that we don't need to see anymore. And now we're going to see a lot of these combat event created logs. And I just want to kind of see where looking at the timings and seeing how many times it triggers. If it's triggering more than it's supposed to, then we keep going back to this time elapse stuff, and it's more of a headache than I thought it would be. It seems pretty cut and dry, but it's not acting that way. Okay. We'll just let it run until this fills up one time. Once it fills up once, I'm going to stop it. Okay, there we go. So it should have attacked maybe twice. The very first time happens like when it first loads in because it's running behind, and then one more time. So we should only see 2 from the large rat. I probably should have turned all these other guys up on the attack speed because now we got to go through all these records. So Jack attacked. Why is it showing so much data? Oh, because it's breaking it out. We definitely need to turn that down, don't we? There's a wolf. Combat event created for Sue. Combat event created for Merlin. Combat event created for the large rat. Okay, this is the first one I've seen. So at 4 seconds, we see the large rat attacking. It doesn't matter who they attack right now. Combat created for the wolf. Wait, what was the number again? It's 4 seconds, okay. Bob. Jack. Well, now all of a sudden I only see one entry. So for the large rat, there it is. There should only be one entry in this whole thing for the large rat. I'm just double checking. I only see one. And in these logs, what did I see? I saw 1, 2, 3. Says it attacked 3 times. And they weren't even like in the same. It would be different if it all happened and duplicated in the same cycle or the same loop, but it's not. That one's 2 seconds in. That one's 2 more seconds in. And that one's 1 more second past that. But I mean, we just verified as far as the back end, it only sent 1 event for this large rat over. So something's wrong with my logic on getting the events. At least for the monsters. I don't know if it's the same for both, but because it sure did look like the hero units are working just fine. Doesn't it? The only time attack triggers, which that's what's causing these debug logs, is the attack method for the monsters. For the heroes is when the bar gets full. But the bar was not full on the rat, and this was triggering. So they're not syncing up like they are for the hero. So something else, it's something different between the monster objects and the hero objects. So that's my hint here on where this has got to be. This is working for the heroes, this code. And it might be working, this part might be working for the monster, but somewhere else it's not. So we have the list of, we have the combat object. We're looping through the combat events in the combat object. If the event source unit matches the unit that we're looking at this moment, then we add the event to this new list we're creating and returning. So the events tied to this unit are added back, and then we go back to the panel here. And we pass the unit events to the update monster component. So this is the side for the hero. Let's see what it looks like in monster because it's slightly different. So we're going through the list of components at this point. And we're looking for the matching one for the monster that we're currently on. So are we looping up here as well? Yeah, we are. So we're looping here. And then when we get down here, we're looping just to find the right controller to attach things to. So we're looking for this monster that we're passing in. Monster controller, monster obj.common.id. If it equals the one we're currently looping through from the data, wait, that doesn't look right, does it? When do we set encounter? Encounter. Okay. So we're setting that right. So we're setting that on combat update. So that's when we receive our event call when the server sends back a packet of data, a bundle of our combat object. Okay, so it's setting it there. So that's good. I mean, we don't really even need to set this. We can, it's not hurting anything. But we're passing the combat object that it's embedded in through this whole process anyways. So the update panel uses combat. And this has already been updated, so this is okay. And then we're updating the monster object. We're setting the controller to the monster. We're setting the unit events to the unit events list. We're telling it to do unit events. And we're running the update monster method, which also updates like the UI health and MP text objects. So do unit events, and we've passed the unit events at this point. For each unit event in unit events, unit case attack, break. Isn't getting regenerated anymore. We're setting this object every time the server updates. What is going on here? Hero controller. Is added, and we're doing the same thing here. Slightly different, but that's because we have different setup. This side has sprites, this side does not. We're setting the same way we're doing here. We're doing the controller. I mean, these are almost cut and paste here. How is this working for the hero side and not the monster side? Name this to text. Just so we know it's not actually updating any values. It's just updating some UI components. I really think the update stuff's working just fine now that we fixed the destroy and regenerate. That was what fixed that. I don't see any issues here. It looks like this part's working right. 6.5 seconds. This is how long it takes us to get full. But, and we have only received back one attack from the server. But for some reason, something is causing it to trigger 3 times in the code, even though it's received only one. I can see that from the server side. It's only received one event tied to this. Oh, I got an idea. Oh, see this. Oh, this might be an issue. I know what it is. So I tried to consolidate these two. That's what I did yesterday into 2 separate. I think this is it anyways. I consolidated the monsters and the heroes into this new unit masterclass. But I'm looking at ID. See this ID field? And that is not unique anymore between these two. So the large rat is also, that's the issue. See, I'm looking through the list of units, and it's a list of all the heroes and all the monsters in battle. Well, we have hero ID of 3, and we have a monster ID of 3 of the large rat. So when Jack attacks, it's triggering in my UI. So I need a unique identifier. This is not it anymore. I screwed up. We need one more. We need something else tied to this to make this unique. And this might become an issue in all sorts of spots. We got to think about this. This could be very well be causing other bugs that I haven't even realized yet. If we're doing anything where we're looking by ID, that is not unique anymore. Oh, darn it. Combining these into the same class has actually turned into more of a headache than not. I was trying to do like better practice and save on some of the coding. Well, now on the database side of things, we've jacked things up a little bit. I think that is the issue though. How can we test that? Let's look at the code and see if there's a way to uniquely identify it besides the ID. I don't know if we can compare the total object and get the compare to work that way. Like if we just say if unit equals unit. I don't know if that works. It might. We can try that just as a test since that won't take long to make an update to. So that was in the util. If source unit common ID equals the same ID. Well, that's the case if it's the hero ID and the same ID as well. So what this means is we want to do source unit. Let's just see this. I don't know if this is going to work. It might. I doubt it. It's already getting mad. Use equals. Okay. This might work this way. We haven't created like in Java, you have this idea of creating like a hash that you can uniquely identify objects correctly. I don't know if that works this way or not. And even if this fixes this issue, I have a feeling this has happened in other spots and we're not even thinking about it yet or realizing it yet. Anytime I did a lookup from this list based on ID is going to be an issue. And unless we find a way to uniquely identify these without using that ID field, we might have to add something to uniquely identify these. I don't know what it is yet. I mean, I could create a sequence, I think is the right term. So right now I have an auto increment on both of these tables in the ID field. But I think there's a way to use a sequence, and maybe I can use it on both tables so it will never generate the same. Like it starts at 1 and increments up, but let's say we generate a hero and then we generate a monster. The first one where it generates the hero should be 1, and then the second one, even though there's not a ID of 1 in the monster one, it should generate 2 as the ID. So we just need to change and add a sequence in the database and then add it correctly in my code over here for the database so that it properly uses the sequence generator, and then we'll just have to test it to make sure it works. But that's probably a clean way to do this, and that way an ID will never be duplicated between those two tables. That way I can still keep, I mean, the tables need to stay separate because some of the data's, I think some of the data is different. Maybe they don't have to stay separate. Maybe I can just have a unit table and I can add an extra field in there that says unit type. Unit type can be hero or monster. That could be an option too. There's several different ways to look at this and how we can maybe do this. I don't want to do that right now. That would be a lot of refactoring if I switched from these two separate tables. And I mean, there are different, I mean, like there's different values in these two. So I still think for organizational reasoning, not even just the code-based reasoning, I want to keep these separate. Even if they have the exact same fields, I think I still want to keep them separate. So we're okay there. We're not going to do any crazy refactor. But let's see if this works. I don't know if I can do a comparison like this. Sometimes this stuff doesn't really know how to link the two objects and make the comparison. So this might happen if this might not find any events, I guess is what I'm saying. But let's test it and just see. If this works correctly, we should only see one attack for the rat over the span of the time it takes for their thing to fill. No, it's not working. See how nothing's swinging anymore? So doing a comparison like that is not finding, it's not going to find the matches that way. Because these aren't really the same object. At this point, we've done like a loop through. This is a new object at this point. The stuff tied to combat. I mean, none of this really links together, so we still need an ID field. Fortunately, we need to set it in a way that it's actually unique. Let's test this theory before I move forward. So let's change this code back to what it was. Let's see if I can just Control Z. Okay. This was working before, and I think it's going to work fine. But now let's just change the database for now. And if this fixes it, then we're going to have to figure out how to generate that sequence. So let's just make all these higher. I think it'll let me do this. Just numbers that I know the other table hasn't used yet. Okay. Let's test this again. And now we don't have any overlap between the hero and the monster IDs. So if this works, then we just have to figure out how to make them unique through the generation process. I think this is going to work. We should see one large rat each time the bar fills up. Or we'll get a stream error. Why did I get a stream error? Everything was running just fine. I changed that data in the database and it somehow broke that. Let's try to restart the server. Let's see. Maybe it was maybe it needed to sync back up with the database. I'm hoping. All I did is change data. I didn't even change I didn't change anything as far as rows. What the heck? All I did was change data. How did that break the code? Come on. What if I just take this off? Like, is this somehow... These aren't generated though. These lines are already in the database. This would make sense if I was updating. Let me double check that the database has what I think it does. I don't know if I refreshed it since I made those updates. They have those IDs that I put in there. All the other data is there. This is so weird. I'm not losing my mind, right, guys? I don't think I made any changes to the code. So that data I changed somehow is breaking it. I guess when it goes to pull the data, somehow it's referencing, I don't even know what it's referencing. Somehow it's not pulling the data back from that table I just updated. That ID is what's breaking. I didn't change that. Is the monster ID saved somewhere else and that's where it's, oh, it is. It is. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. I have to make those same updates over here. So we made 9, 10, 11, 12. Goodness, sometimes I wonder about myself. I get going down a rabbit hole way the wrong direction sometimes. Does that ever happen to you guys? All right, I don't even have to restart the server. The server's fine. It was looking for IDs that weren't in the database because I just changed them. I had two different things not linking up. All right, we only want to see one record for the large rat. That's where we're at. We're back here again. So let's watch. Oh, I just saw it, but that was because of the out of sync issue. There we go. We're good. That first one happens a little wonky because of the timing issue we already acknowledged several times. So we're good. Once this fills up, large rat attacked. Right when it fills up. Awesome. All right, we figured that out. So since we know that's the issue, we need to figure out how to... It works fine on the test data right now, but we don't want to leave this hanging out there. And we also need to go through our code base and make sure we didn't do a lookup this way anywhere else. And if we did, we need to fix it. Well, the code base is fine. What we need to change, we need to make sure that all of the IDs are unique between hero and monster. At least the way we have this set up, that's what we're having to do. So to do that, we have to create a sequence. And I haven't done this enough, so let's see if ChatGPT can help us on this step. So let's say I have two tables in my MySQL database, one named hero and one named monster. They both have an ID field that I would like to be unique between both tables. There should not be a matching ID in hero if it is in monster, vice versa. How can I set up a sequence that is used by both tables so they generate IDs that will be unique? Let's try that. Try that prompt and see if that was enough. At least get me on the right. I've done this before, but if it needs to at least get me on the right track here. I don't know if I've ever done it for two tables like this. And I don't know that I've ever done it in MySQL now that I think about it. I've probably done it in SQL Server or Oracle maybe. I don't know. We're going to see what it says. There's got to be something I can do here to make these unique. If I have to create a separate table, the separate table could auto increment and then just pull that ID into use one global ID source and have them both tables draw from it. A sequence table. That's what I just said. We might have to create a single table for the ID only, which is still kind of messy, but I guess it'll work. It really won't. The table itself will do absolutely nothing except generate unique IDs. And during that generation process, when we create new records, that's when we grab the ID. Okay. So it's saying create this global ID table. It's going to have ID, and that's it. And then we're going to create our other two tables. We'll turn off auto increment on the ID field, of course, and insert triggers that pull the next global ID. So it's saying to create triggers, if new.id is null or new.id equals 0, then insert into global ID values null. Set new ID equals last insert ID. I don't like that. That's not super clean. I like the sequence idea, but I guess MySQL doesn't have sequences. This option is creating a table. I mean, it's still doing the same thing. It's creating an extra table with auto increment on the ID. This is just adding a little more detail to it, it looks like. So it's making an enum of like a type, a unit type, like I had mentioned before. And then it's linking this ID field to the unit ID field. What is this last insert ID? Is that a method they defined, or is that just, that might be a generic command? Last insert ID is per connection, so this is safe under concurrency. We can, and this is good to help me, but I think we can still do a new option that's not quite as complex as this. Really, what we just need to do, we're going to create one extra table that's going to do the same thing that the sequence command does in the other databases. It's still going to be an auto incrementing table. We're still going to tell it to create a new record, and then it's just going to give that ID when we're generating these other items. It'll give that ID to the monster or hero that we're generating. So we'll have, it'll be very basic. We'll just have a table. We're going to call it unit sequence. Let's call it what it is. It's a sequence, even though it won't let me use a sequence. And it will be auto incrementing for the ID field. ID auto increment. And that's all we should need in this table. So let's apply that. And then we want to go into the monster and the hero and turn off auto increment on their IDs. We're going to have to define those now. So let's apply that change. And the same thing with the hero. Turn off auto increment and apply that change. And then in the server code, we'll create a new entity for our sequence. And we're actually going to call this unit sequence, just so it's very clear what this is. And let's put all the annotations we need on it. So we need that. We still are setting it up like a normal table. Unit underscore sequence. Whoops. And I need to import that class. Put that on there just so we can grab it. And then we have an ID. We have a generated value. The strategy is identity. Okay, so that looks the same as our other ones. The column name is just ID. We don't really need this when it matches, but I just get so used to putting that on there. And it needs to be a long. So there's our new sequencing table. And then we need to create the repository just to interact with this table, with the JPA. This is easy to set up. So unit sequence, what do we want to call this? We'll just call it the same as the others. It's fine. It's fine. The repository, and it has to extend JPA repository. And this is not unit. This is unit sequence. And it's not an integer, it's a long. Okay. Okay, so that looks good. And then I only have the create. Let's close all this out. We got too much going on. I only have the create set up so far for hero. But let's kind of walk through this step. So we're converting, when we're creating a new hero, this is the only time it should happen is when you're creating a new hero or monster. So we're converting the object, the hero database object to, no, I'm saying that wrong. We're converting the hero object to the database object from the request. Is that how this is going to happen? So when we're doing this in the game, we haven't actually set this up yet, but let's just think through the process and make sure I'm thinking of this. They're going to be able to select, they're going to be able to create like a base hero. So they'll pick a name, they'll pick a class. Some of the stuff defaults, of course, like their stats and their level and experience. Eventually we'll have a way to connect the sprites and stuff somewhere in the database as well. But as far as this, it's going to send a data object with everything we need minus ID. Everything else should be populated or set to defaults or whatever. And some of that will be here as well. Like we won't know the defaults. They won't enter the defaults in. Some of that will be generated from tables that say like this, if you're creating a mage, it should be pulling from that table. There should be some type of level, like a table called level job, I think we called it, where it would be mage level 1, these are the stats, and it should just pull from that and populate this data. But the main thing we need to do is add this new idea where we have to create a record in that other table. So we're going to have to add the repository for that up here. We'll call it final unit sequence, what it was called. Okay. And we need to put it in here. It needs to get imported in our AutoWire. Okay. And the same thing here. Okay. When we create the hero, convert unit, we have a record here, but we won't be able to save it yet because there's no ID field in this data. So we need to generate the, is this where I should do it? This is where I should do it because this is the only time we should be generating it is in the create hero method. So here we can do a sequence. So we need a unit sequence. we can just call this, well, it's fine. Unit sequence equals unit sequence repository dot save, but we have to save something, right? What do I put here? Just a new unit sequence, because I don't have anything. I don't want to save any. There's no fields. I think that's sort of what we need to do here. So if I do this, it's going to return, even if we don't have any data in here, we shouldn't have data in here. It's going to auto generate this field. And then my assumption is we want to do hero db dot set id to unit sequence dot get id. And then we're going to have to do the same thing when we get to the monster generation stuff as well. I don't know. It seems like that should work. And we won't run into this again until this issue again until we start creating heroes and creating monsters. Right now we're just using static test data. So that's why we haven't really ran into this issue yet. I mean, we have, because the data was overlapping. But now we won't run into this issue again until we start generating data again, and stuff would, if we didn't do this, it'd start overlapping. Let's also change, I don't think I did this yet, so in here we need to make sure these aren't turned on to generate. So this needs to be removed. And same with this one. I did already turn it off on this one. Okay. I think we're good. We'll still have to build that out and test it when we get to that step. We're not quite there yet, but we at least have the code in there where when we get to that step, I'm sure we'll remember that we have to do that sequence generation trick. I'm calling it a trick, but let's really call it what it is. It's a hack. A hacky way to get a sequence number that's unique. But it'll work just fine. Okay, so we have the server. You know what? This is a good time. I'm going to take another probably 10-minute-ish break. But I will be back. We're going to keep working on this. Let me see if I can update that text. We're going to say be back around 2:30, about 15 minutes. fix my zoom. This camera loves to zoom in on my face. All right, I got some food in front of me. I'm getting hungry. I think the next part I will be working on is so combat loop itself and the logic is pretty much built out at this point. We have the new combat event now. That's working. We even got animations on the hero side anyways. So let's look at my list real quick. I can turn this giant text off my screen. Make sure nobody said anything. I don't get many chatters yet. It'd be fun to have chatters, but I don't have them yet. All right, I guess what we can do next is that next bullet point, because we kind of have the basics now for the combat. I mean, it's not pretty. The last couple things I want to do before I would really check those two sections off is I want to add I don't want it to crash when the combat's over. We need to do some type of looking to see if all of one side is dead, and that determines if the hero won or lost, or the player won or lost, I meant. And then we need to also figure out how to pause combat and then make it start with a button click. So I want that whole scene to generate and the UI be loaded up before it starts combat. Because right now it's starting at 2 or 3 seconds before everything's loaded in. And then that kind of messes up that initial start. And I want to add something for the enemies besides just a text box. If it's just an AI generated sprite sheet for now, that would probably be fine. Even if it's not pretty, just to have a graphic over there instead of text boxes. And maybe we'll even try to convert, once we do that, we'll for the hero and the monsters, we'll create HP and MP bars instead of the text. And then it'll start looking a little bit cleaner. I think creating the pause functionality is going to be, it sounds like it should be super easy, but I think it's actually going to be more complicated than anything else I'm going to try to finish today. because we'll have to make it work on both sides on the... I don't want the Unity... Well, maybe it doesn't... Well, it does have to be both sides if we have a pause. I could still make it where the Unity doesn't create the connection until a button is clicked. But then if I want to pause it again, how do I get the server to stop running combat appropriately? Let me kind of start looking at that code. How can we get the... How can we get the thread? So we're creating a thread for this to work. And then it's up here farther. So when we make the call, right now we're using this. It's not really named the best. This we'll probably have, we need to rename this so it makes more sense. But this is what's starting combat. And it's creating this thread called tick. And this tick thread is running every 250 milliseconds. But what I want to do is figure out how do I pause. I mean, pausing from my game standpoint, it doesn't have to be a pause here. More than likely what this will mean is we're completely exiting the stream with the server. We're closing that connection and then we'll have to reopen it when we unpause. And so far, when we've done all the updates we've been making, we've been trying to do it in a way that all of the data is saved like in a stateless way, where if the server connection was severed and then we went right back in, all the data that's there in the saved form in the database. Now, we haven't actually created a way to pull it that way back yet. But if we did, it should all, in theory, return to the same point that it was at. Now, as far as getting the UI to sync up to that, it might be a little... there'll be a few changes for sure. So like the action bars will be... They won't start at 0. We'll have to trigger some type of one-time update when it first loads to make sure it pulls all that back correctly. And right now, this method is automatically resetting everything when it starts. So we're going to have to add a couple extra things in here to determine if that happens. I'm thinking we'll have some type of flag in the combat table that'll say, is combat running? And if it is, then it won't run the reset scripts. Instead of running the reset scripts, it'll load all the data as is in the database and send it. I think that would work. if we get this pause, functionality working, then it's really what we need also for the idea of making this where you can just kind of auto save and go in or out on a mobile phone or on a computer too. People don't usually do it as much on a computer when they're playing a game, but on a phone for sure. If you're playing and then all of a sudden you gotta switch screens and you close the game out, we don't want you to lose any progress, even if it's tied to combat or anything else. So all of that stuff should be saved to the database. Almost done eating. I was hungry. Kind of looking where I was at as far as development time. This is showing episode 8, and I think most of my episodes have been between 3 and 5 hours on average, so I'm probably up to almost a full work week now of development. And so we've made, if you think of it that way, I've made really good progress. In a 40-hour work week, to be able to get this much done is great, so. Now, if you compare me to like a hackathon or something where some of those people put games together in a weekend, yeah, we're not going to be anywhere close to that. So I guess I need to look up how to sever the connection, or whatever the proper way is to close out the streaming connection for combat. That'll be one step here. Once we figure out how to do that appropriately, then in the UI I can create a button that triggers that effect. And then it's pretty much what's going to happen on the server side is it's going to just kill the connection and stop the thread. And then when we push play, it's just going to rerun this script, but rerun this method. But we're just going to add that extra flag in there that says, after it pulls back this combat data from the combat table, somewhere in here, I don't remember where it's at. It's down here. Here it is. So when it pulls this back, it's just going to look and say, if the combat has already started, don't change any of the data in the database, just pull it all back as is, and let's start from where it's at. So all the elapsed times should come in. I mean, all the hit point data, because we're resetting that right now. Now, eventually in the game, that's not going to happen anyways, but I'm just going to add a column called started. That'll be that flag to determine if we're already in combat or not. Started. All right, I think I'm gonna live now. I hadn't ate anything yet today. I had to take a quick break and get some food in my belly. All right. You can have a thread wait, but I don't know if I want to do that. Because who knows how long it's going to be before the person comes back. You don't want to have all these phantom threads in your code, in your server. When they go in or out, it needs to cleanly close the entire connection. Because we don't know if the player's done for 5 seconds or 5 days. So this is a good point. I wonder if I should change this. So I put this to do in when we were doing this initially. But we kind of need another flag, either another flag or use this same field and change the way it works. So we have like a new state of combat is complete. Let's just make another field. We'll call it completed. And it'll also be a Boolean. Okay. Now, as far as how we use all this, let's see if we can figure that out. We need to add what we just added to the database. We're going to need to be able to see that in the data layer or in the RPC layer, I guess I can call it. Which means way down here, we're going to need to add bool started and a bool completed. Okay. And we have to change these we need to make sure we're setting these new values. So set started. What did I call it? Oh, I have to generate this. It's not showing up because I haven't generated it yet. Once this is done generating, I should see the set commands for the two new fields. We can do the other one. Well, no, we can't because it needs the get command for it. Can't do anything. We just need to wait for it. It shouldn't take too long. I should probably... That's not a big deal. I was going to say I can also generate these with that same command line tool I use for the C# side. I'm sure there's a way to do the same thing for the Java side. Right now I'm using a Maven plugin, which just means it's running during the build process. It kind of hooks into the build process and does the generation during the build process, which is good. But it does take longer because we're waiting for everything to build and not necessarily just the generation of my classes. And then we run into errors like this, which might not even be issues. It's just because the server's running. But it should have already generated the classes, so we're good. All right, so we want to set started. And that should be based on the combat db.getStarted. And then we want to set completed. And that's based on the database.getCompleted. And then down here, we got to do the same thing the other direction. Combat db.set started. Combat.getStarted. Combat db.set completed. Get completed. All right, so our conversion methods are updated. Now we need to think through the process. So the normal init combat init function is where it should update started to true. First of all, so we can do that. Let's find that. So we did all that. Update combat. Update combat runs the database stuff, right? Double check. Yeah, this is what's updating the database. So we need to update the database when combat starts. So we need to create, in this section, we're going to have to do a builder. We're going to say combat, updated combat equals combat.toBuilder. Okay. Oh, I did that wrong. Combat.builder. Updating combat. And then we want to do updated combat dot set started to true. So we want to do that, and then of course we need to do the updated combat dot build to close that out and make sure we're also passing the updated object. Okay. Let's change this, I guess. Shift F6. We're going to change this to combat builder instead. And then right here is where I need to say updated combat. That should work. I just had to convert it to the right object type. Okay, so that should set the combat flag to started. But now we need to use that in some way to determine what happens when we push play in the Unity editor. So when we start up and we start up the stream connection, it needs to look at that value. And if it's true, we do not want it to hit the init combat method. So let's see where we're calling init combat, and that's where we need to put this logic in. So right here we're saying if it is initialized, but we also want to do do we need to do anything that's in init combat even if combat's already started? We don't want to do this. We do want to do this though. So there are a couple issues here. The only thing we want to change, it looks like, is the current time, which we can do pretty easy here. So we need to do let's just make one more. It's going to be very small. But let's make one more method called resume combat, just so if we have other things that come up in the future, we have a way to store them all in one area. And the only thing I need to change when you come from a pause is we need to update the timestamp in the combat table, because it'll be way off and then everything will happen almost instantaneously, you know, because it's going to add, whoever knows, however long you've been stopped, that's how much time it's going to add to the counters. So we have to reset that. But I don't think we need to do any of this other stuff. Everything else, we don't want to initialize the combat units. That's part of the reason of resuming. Let's do a log so we know when we're doing a resume. Resuming combat with combat ID. Okay. And we're doing the time. And then we're doing just the same thing it did here. Return, update, combat. Oh, but we're not going to have all this. Well, we can still get the combat list. We just won't make any updates to it. So let's get the combat unit list. Combat units equals get combat unit list. Combat. Okay, so we have that now. What else do we need? Combat units. We just pass combat because we didn't make any updates to it. We're going to pass the current time. And we're passing no combat events because those get generated when the game's running. We won't have any when we're restarting. Okay. That looks, at first glance, that looks good. So let's go back up to the code where it's called. And so this isn't it might be, now that we've added this flag, is this still needed? This was my way of saying if it's the first loop through, do initializing combat. But now we're using something in the database that might do the same thing better. It might do it better. So where did I define this? I defined it way up here in the is initialized. So let's get rid of that. I don't think we're gonna need it. Let's just comment it out for now. Oops. I said that and then I just deleted it. All right, let's comment this out for now. And what this pretty much is saying is combat started. That's pretty much what we're going to do here. So we're going to say if combat dot get started. So if that's true, if it's started, let's move this. If it's not started, we want it to run the init combat. If it is started, we want it to run the resume combat. Okay. And then it starts with performing the combat loop. I think we're going to have to create a method. So I'm kind of as I'm working through this, I'm also thinking through the pause stuff. How do we get this not to run? So I think we need a separate service call, an RPC call that is not a stream, that just pulls back all the combat data at a moment in time. That will allow us to get the UI set up with all the proper objects. And then we should be good. Will it tie them in correctly? I don't know. I think so, though. I think as long as we're passing that same combat, we're still going to pass the combat object that we're passing, but we're just going to pass it through like a single call. We're going to say get combat info And we're going to change this one in our APC call to make it better. And we're going to call it something like run combat loop instead of get combat by ID, which is not what we're doing. All right, let's do that. I think that is the right way to go. So we need to name the proto. We have get combat by ID. So we're going to change this to say run combat loop. I realize that'll break the other side, but that'll be a quick, easy fix. And then we're also going to say get combat info. And we're going to do the same thing. It's going to have this same request type, but it's not going to return a stream. It's just going to return a combat response, not a streamed version of it. Just one run, boom, we have the data. Let's get the UI set up with that data. And then we'll have a button in the UI that says play or pause based on which state it's in. If it's already playing, the button will say pause. If it's already paused, it'll say play. And we'll test that out and make sure that we have the ability to pause combat and then start it back up and that we don't break anything there. So we need that. We don't need to change anything else here. We already added those extra flags. But we are going to have to regenerate this class. And after it's done regenerating, it's going to break a few things, but that's okay. It'll be easy to fix them when we see where the red squiggly lines are at. Okay, so there's our broke, which we knew was going to happen. So instead of this being called get combat by ID, we called it run combat loop. So that one's fixed. What else did we break? Is that it? I guess that's all we broke. Now we still have to define that new method that we just said we needed to create. And I believe the old call that we commented out is going to work. I believe that's all we want. Instead of it being called that, it's called get combat info. Right? We're sending in a request. We're returning the response object. And this was how we did it before we figured out the stream. So this should be right still. We're getting the combat. Going to the combat database to find the combat ID. Converting it to the new combat object, adding it to the response object and sending it. So it's made, but then the system is still loading a few things into memory. And I think that's causing issues. It'll fix that and it'll allow us to pause, which is a feature that we want. So let's try to run this again and hopefully we don't have any errors this time. And then on the front end, we're going to have to create that new button. We'll actually have an interactive button with the game now. Not much that it can do, but our first interactivity that we can actually manipulate game flow. Kind of. Right now everything's kind of auto running when we push play. The heroes and the enemies are attacking each other. But the player can't do anything to manipulate combat yet. We're getting there. We're still getting some of these systems in place, but we are getting there. All right, I'm just getting the server cleaned up. I want to make sure that those protos don't cause any more errors before I generate it to the front end, because I need to generate the changes. We can go ahead and start the server too. We shouldn't need any more changes before we do our next test. And let's tell this to regenerate. This will break a couple things in the front, which we're expecting, because we changed the method names. All right, let's jump over here and find our red squiggly lines if it updates that fast. Doesn't look like it did. There it is. So over here we said get combat by ID, and this is for the combat loop. So we're just going to change that to run combat loop. And right now this is in the, oh, that's not right. It needs a capital R in here. I don't know why it does that. It's annoying to me. C# generates it with capital in the first letter, and Java, my Java thing does it with lowercase. So there's not exact consistency there. So right now this is in the start function though, and that's gonna have to move. But what else is in here? Let's see. This is just setting up the channel in the client. This is just the base request that's getting called for that. So those two lines are going to move. Yeah. So we're just going to create another new, not just those two lines, this whole task will move with it. But we're going to move all of this to its own function. So let's make a function called, does it have to be async because it has a thread? Yeah. So we're going to make it async void run combat loop. All right. And we want to take all of this stuff that's tied to that part of it. Come on. All the way to there. All of that needs to go into that new loop. We called the client there. We really just need that defined as a class level variable. Client. We put it right next to channel private. And this is a combat service client, right? Combat service client. Let's call it combat client in case I need to pull another client in at some point. Okay, so we have combat client, and then down here we need to change this combat client. And then down here we just need to update this combat client. Okay. All right. I think that fixed that part. So now if I click play, nothing's going to happen because combat's not going to start. So what we still need to do though, we're going to have to create another another event handler. And this will be called on. We'll just have, what should we call this? We want to pass the same data object. So a lot of the same functionality we have is going to work. But this will allow us to do different things if we need to. Like we don't want, we'll have to think through this, but we don't want those counters to start. We'll have to add some flags in those components that say if paused, then don't increment the time. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to refill my drink. We're going to create this new event. Let's call it initialize combat. No, that's not a good way to name it. Let's say on combat init. And this might be a new combat or it could be a resumed combat. This is just like a first step before we actually push play and make the loop start. That's what this is meant to be. And it's just getting mad because I don't invoke it anywhere. So I want this to happen after we make that initial call. So we can do that in the start function. And we'll say I don't think start has to be async anymore either because we took that out. Don't need this comment. That doesn't help me. All right, so we want to get the combat object back. Do I store it in here anywhere? I don't think I do. I store the combat ID. Oh no, I do right here, the combat info. Okay. So that should translate well. So I can say combat info equals client dot, no, why didn't that work? Oh, combat client dot get combat info. And what do we have to pass in? Just the combat ID, right? Or no, I need to make a new combat request. Wake up. You know how to do this. You've done this so many times. Get combat request, and we need to pass in combat ID equals that's it's not working. Oh, that's right. So I just need to say dot combat. I was wondering, I'm like, why isn't that working? Okay, and once we have that back, now we need to trigger we need to invoke our actions. So let's look how we did it down here. See how we did this, dot invoke, and we passed in latest down there, but up here we're going to pass in combat info. So we're just going to do on combat init dot invoke on combat init invoke, and we need to pass the combat info. Okay. So now we need to have listeners on this new event just like we did on the original. And it might still be able to trigger the same stuff if we don't need any differences. But in the future, I have a feeling we will. We'll need different things happening. Okay. So let's go to the party panel. We're going to need another controller too, separate from these two panels. I don't think we have it yet. That's probably where we'll do one of these event listeners. That way when it says, oh, we're on combat init, I'm going to add the new button and make sure that it's in a pause state. And then it allows you to push play to start. So let's add that. Once it's done compiling. I need to set up a little something that detects how much time is wasted compiling and just see how bad it is. All right. So in the UI for combat, scripts, combat, UI, everything's been going in the controllers folder, which is not right. And this is not a UI element, so that's not right. Let's clean that up real quick. That should just be under combat scripts. Scripts. What is going on here? I got two different levels. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to have how do I want to set this up? I think I want combat at the root level. And then I want to have a folder for scripts under here. There's no right or wrong way to do this. I'm just trying to do it in a way that's consistent and that makes sense for me to keep this organized as it gets bigger. I just moved everything, so that's why it's rebuilding. It had to rebuild where those are at. All right, so scripts. And it's going to have to do it again because I'm getting ready to move all this again. Now I want this UI in here. So anything tied to the UI should be in the scripts in the UI folder. And then like the combat manager should just be in the scripts folder, but not in the UI folder. Come on. Quit loading. Okay, I want this here. And then I want the combat util to also be there. Come on. Oh my goodness. I'm only moving one file at a time. It shouldn't take that long. You can tell this is not a sponsored Unity3d video, because I get aggravated with this system sometimes. That's not in the same folder. I want this to be in the scripts folder. Maybe I dropped it on the wrong one. Come on. Come on. I think there's a way to turn that off, but then I'd probably forget to do it when I needed to do it. Turn off like this auto compiling stuff that it does. If I turned it off, you know I'd forget to do it. But it's really annoying when it does this kind of stuff. Combat util goes into scripts. Why when is it already there? Well, then combat manager is not in the right spot. That's what it was. Okay. I keep calling everything a controller here. I don't really need the controller folder. I just need all the UIs in that folder. So let's just move all of this to the UI folder and get rid of the controllers folder. It's not needed. Okay. One last little build here, and then we're going to create a new controller. And we'll call it maybe call it action panel controller, because it's going to be this. You can kind of see how we've divided the UI for the combat scene up into three sections. The top left is the heroes. The top right is the enemies. And then this bottom section here, I'm just going to consider, it might not be this whole thing. But right now anyways, I'm defining this last section as like the action bar or the action panel controller. This is where all the buttons and stuff will go that the players are clicking. So we're going to do, is this a panel yet? We have to do that too. We want like its own little, we have an action panel. Yeah, it's down there. So we just need an action panel controller to match up with it. All right. And we'll dump that onto the action panel. What? Did I not let it get done loading before I tried to drop it over there? I might have to restart this whole, I might have to restart Unity or something. It's just getting slow. All right, so we have the panel. Let's add a new button. And this will just say, we'll call it the play pause button. And we'll just put some test text in there that says play. Now the system's going to programmatically change that, which means we're going to need a reference in our new action panel controller for the play pause button text. And then we're also going to need a method that triggers when we click the button. So let's add that. Whoops. Close that. Close that. I thought I already clicked to open that, but maybe I didn't. The new controller. So we can get rid of all of this. For now, I don't think we need it. We are going to need the UI packages. Okay. And then we need a reference to text mesh pro u GUI play pause button text. That's one. Let's import that. Why does it tell me to push Alt Enter and then it doesn't do it? Okay. And then we need, what else did I say we need? We need a method. Has to be public void. And it will be called play pause button click. We'll just call it that. That sounds pretty descriptive, right? Okay. Let's throw the reference to the text for that button into the panel so that we have a reference to it. Okay. And we do need the start function, so let's add that back. Start. And when this starts, we want this to default to the paused state, which means the button should read play. So we're going to put play pause button text dot text equals play. Okay. And then down here, when we click the button, we need to look at what state we're in. So we can look at the text to know, but let's just set a flag. That's a little bit cleaner than using text that could change. So we'll say if is playing, then when we push the pause button, we should stop. We need to stop the stream, and I'm going to put question marks because we haven't researched how to do that correctly yet. Otherwise, we're not playing yet. So if we're not playing yet, start the stream. And to do that, we should have a reference to the combat manager dot run. What did we call that? Did I not make it public? Let's go double check. Let's go find it under the combat folder. All right, so down here. Yeah, we need this to be public. It looks like we already have a function here that we could maybe try to disable it. I don't understand this. Sorry. Try DQ. What is this main object? Our concurrent queue. Okay. It's getting mad about not having an await for the asynchronous functionality, but I didn't have it before. I have it in this on disable, but I copied and pasted everything straight in there. And I mean, I see an await down here. I mean, it was working before. Let's try it like this. I don't think I need to add anything extra to that. So we have run combat loop. We made it public. We have on disable, and I made that public as well. And I'm curious if on disable will just work out of the box. I doubt it. Nothing's that easy. So we want to start the stream. We need to do run combat loop. It's just not. Can I not do it because it's an asynchronous function? Is that what the issue is? I need to set this, I need to call this in a different way probably. You know, like when you set up a when you're setting up some stuff in here, you have to set it up in a different way to run the methods when it's this way. And I'm sure that's what I'm missing. I just got to find the syntax to do it correctly. Okay. ChatGPT to the rescue. How do I run my async method in Unity3d? I mean, I don't know what else to type. That sounds like all I'm trying to do here. What's the syntax? I feel like it should still just work. Even if I didn't have it as an async method, I mean. Because it's setting this up within the method, and this is what's triggering async, right? But maybe since it's wrapped by the method, this method is also async. What happens if I take that off? Does it break the code? It doesn't break the code. If ChatGPT doesn't give me a good fix, I'll just try that, but I don't know. It probably won't work that way. When I call it, do I just have to type await at the beginning because it's asynchronous? I was thinking of coroutines. You have to type start coroutine. But it's not really a coroutine, it's different. If I type await at the beginning, is that possibly going to fix this issue? I doubt it. Why was it getting mad? Combat manager dot run combat loop. It says no. Run combat loop. All right, we're going to take the await off. It's still getting mad. This isn't a static context. What? Oh, dot instance. Dot instance. Is that what I was doing wrong the whole time? Put that back on and see. Oh, it still says async. I didn't take it off. Wait. I don't know. I think I was just forgetting to pull up my instance and not. Sometimes I don't know what is going on with me. So stop the stream. What was that one called? On disable. Run combat loop on disable. And then we also need to change the text. So when we stop the stream, it should read play again. And when we start the stream, it should switch to pause. So that means when we clicked it, it says play. And when this runs, then it switches it back to pause. So that should be right. Wouldn't that be something if this just works? That would be lucky. That'd be really lucky. I don't ever get that lucky. Do we have any errors, or can we just try this and see what happens? So let's just make sure we, oh, you know what? We haven't actually listened into those, see how there's nobody's listening to this new event we just created. So nothing's gonna happen when we click play on the editor. When we click play in the game, it will start running this. But the whole idea of doing it this way is that all of the game objects would be created and ready to go before we push play. So let's define this. For now, let's just define it in the spots that we define the other one. Plus we need it. All right, so let me think. Where do we need this at? I think we need to listen to it in this one for sure, the action panel. So let's put combat manager dot instance dot on combat init, and then we're going to tell it to create a method. Okay, and let's rename this. I don't like that naming convention. Let's just name it on combat init. And I don't like that either. We're going to change this to combat so we know what it is. And when combat initializes, we pretty much just want to say once it gets here, we want to enable the button. Let's put it that way. The button should not be enabled until we get to this point. That means we have the combat object back, and in theory, everything should be ready to go. So let's create another field to store the button itself. The top one's just holding the text. We want to actually get the button now. We're going to disable it or enable it. If it's disabled, it can't be clicked, and that won't allow people to start it until we have the combat object back, which allows the server and the Unity3d client to get their connections all set up. Let's put so in the start, we'll put play pause button dot set act, or can I disable it, or do I have to set it active? Well, that's fine. I think this will hide it completely and not just gray it out. That's fine for now. I'm sure there's a way to make it just disabled, but and then we want to set it active once this has triggered from the init. Okay. That works there. Do we need to do anything else with on combat init right now? I don't think we do. Oh no, we do. We have to pass this to the other two and just run the same method calls so that everything updates. That's right. Right now, the scripts that are listening are the panel controllers. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to do combat manager dot instance dot on combat init, and we're going to create a method. We're going to rename it like we did last time. I just want it to read on combat init. Okay, and in here, all we're going to do is trigger on combat update, I think. And then it'll run through the normal initialize, doing that initial setup. I think that'll work. We have the combat object. That's part of this, which we need to change the name because I don't like obj. Okay. That'll initialize that one. Let's do the same thing for the hero, the party panel. Combat manager dot instance dot on combat init, and create a method. We're going to rename it. We're going to get rid of all this crap at the beginning. We're going to change this to combat. We're going to get rid of this exception. And we're going to run on combat updated and pass in the combat object. Okay. Does this just work? Will this just work? Please, just work. So when we push play, it starts the loop, the combat loop. Otherwise, it should not be running. We can do that by checking the data or the server and make sure that it's not looping through any of our logs. We might even want to turn one of these logs back on where it's running the loop. Let's do this. Let's turn this one back on for now. That'll help us double check that it's not still running. I think I still had other logs turned on that are going to be looping anyway, so it's probably not that important. But okay, so the server's running. Is there any errors in the front end code? I don't think so. I think we just try this and see what happens. I am not confident that this is going to work out the gates. I wish it would. We want to see everything load. And you know what? We didn't turn off. We have to set that flag for the action bars, or they're just gonna fill up when we push play here. Or before we even push play, they're gonna be filling up. Oh, darn it. Before we even got the data. The play pause button's not assigned. That's one error, but then we also had a network issue as well. So let's solve the play pause error. That's a quick and easy one to fix. The action panel has a reference. We just need to drop that in there. Okay. Let's go ahead and make that a little bit bigger. And change the text to auto size. Okay. I know that's not pretty. We're not trying to make pretty just yet on this action stuff. We can move that up. Maybe right there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now what did the server say? It's mad. Oh, it doesn't like that field being null. So let's just go into the data of the database and set those. Since we don't initialize those anywhere else yet, this is just all static data. So we're going to say started 0, completed 0 for now. Now there's data in there. Let's try this again. Come on, baby, work. All right, there's the play button, which means, oh no, it didn't load. I see an error. Or it just took a minute. All right, no errors. We expected that to happen with the, although one of them didn't go up for some reason. But we expected the action bars to fill up because we didn't set a flag that said don't make them run if combat's not running. So we're going to have to set that. But now the new issue is, why is everything out of whack? Did you notice that? Or did we not? We're not resetting combat anymore, are we? Let's make sure nothing's running on the combat side. Getting combat by ID. What was this error? Oh, that was the one that happened before. So yeah, it's not running. All it did is do the one pull because we set up that new call to get the initial data pull. So we have all the initial data here. Now we're going to hit play and see what happens. It's probably going to break. Oops. Nothing happened. Or at least nothing happened on the server side. And this didn't even update to pause, which means clicking this isn't. Oh, you know what? I didn't set the button up all the way. So we're still okay so far. You have to actually define a trigger when you click it to link back to the function that you set. So we're going to grab the object that the controller script is on, and then now we should be able to see the script here, and we can pick the method that we want to run when it's clicked. All right, let's save this and let's try again. I still don't think this is going to work, but we're getting closer. So what do we have to do to turn off those action bars? That'll be the next thing. As soon as we get this to trigger. I don't like that the button, well, it hasn't actually started yet. There it goes. Okay, there's when it's actually started. And the heroes are moving. If I want to be really picky, what I might want to do is pause animations, even the idle animation, to make it look like it's paused. Because right now it looks like it's running just because the heroes are moving, you know? But I mean, we can tell nothing's happening because the hit points aren't changing. We can look at the server and see that nothing's happening. So let's click play and see if anything happens this time. Now, when we clicked play, it did reset all the data, but, and I don't have any errors here. But now we have this new error where it's running initialization over and over and over again. All right, let's stop the server because that's a server error or an issue, I think. And let's go ahead and stop that because we lost the connection. I still don't know why when I kill the server, something's not popping up in my error log sometimes on the Unity side. It should detect that, I would think. Well, we were able to at least make the connection through the click now, so that's nice. Let's figure out what we did. Why combat initialize was running over and over and over again. So I must not have set that to true like I thought. So we did just make that change. So this is something we did on, and we just didn't get it working right. So remember we added a database call to update a field in the database to track if combat's been initialized. And for some reason, it's running over and over and over again. Where was that code at? Right here. If combat gets started. So if it's true, let's see what it is in the database. I'm gonna say it's not true. It's not. It's 0. So if it's not true, it runs initialize combat. And then when we go down to init combat, it's supposed to update that field. And I thought I said it. So it runs through, it gets the list of items, it sets combat builder, set started to true. And then I build it and put it in the new object that gets passed along. I think the data's right in this part. Oh, you know what? We might... No, we did update the database stuff, didn't we? It's updating the new fields in the database. Let's go to update combat. So we're looping through, we passed in this combat object. Set encounter ID. Combat updated combat equals combat builder dot build. Combat builder dot set. I need it here, don't I? Because I'm building a new object. I didn't grab it from the one that I sent. I'm building this fresh. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I don't know if we have to, but I think this is the issue. So I need to do set started. And it needs to be in the combat dot get started because I passed it through. And we really need to do that with the other thing too, or that's going to be an issue later on. So set completed needs to also get set here. We haven't done anything with this one yet, but if I don't set it now, I'm going to forget and I'll probably sit for way too long trying to figure out that I just forgot to put a setter in here to set the data. All right, so that should fix the, let's just double check this just to make sure that this is properly assigning those values. So see here where it's converting. Let's make sure it's converting it. It is. Okay. So we set the started and the completed objects in there. Okay. So let's start the server back up. And in the database, let's just reference this. This is set to not started combat. So it should run the initialization script on this run. It shouldn't say resuming combat. And then when we run it again, so if we pause it And that actually works. And then we push play again, it should say resuming combat in the logs. So let's see what happens. And ignore the action bars because they are not fixed yet. Some of the action bars are not moving. And I don't know why. That's a little odd. Let's see. Nothing's running on the server side. We did do something here to break all but one hero, which doesn't make any sense. All the enemies are showing full life. So that's one thing that I noticed when we did this last time, it showed the old combat. But I don't think that will ever be an issue in the real game because there should never be a combat in the middle with their health lower and the combat started flag set to no. That shouldn't happen. I don't know what's going on because I see their little bars moving up and then they just keep going right back down. I'm not sure what's causing that to happen. But we got to work on those action bars anyway, so I'm sure when we start working on them, that'll make more sense. All right, let's click play and see what happens. The action bar started up, which is interesting, but it caused a stream error that time. All right, let's stop it and see what happened. So getting combat, subscribe to combat, that's when we clicked play. Starting combat loop, combat getting initialized one time. But then we got a second one that said resuming combat, which should not happen, right? That should not be running every time. Oh, it does run every time. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What did I do here? Because I'm already performing a combat loop. Oh no, the resume combat isn't doing a full loop though, right? Or is it? Resume combat. No, we're just running an update. We're not sending, well, we are sending that data back to the front end though. But this is where we still have to run this one time. I don't know. Now I'm a little confused what I did here. We don't want this. I don't think we want this. I need to rethink the logic here. Something doesn't look right. Resume combat. I need another flag, I think. I think I'm thinking through this wrong. So I want to know if combat has started. And the way what I mean by this is, has there already been rounds of action in this specific combat? But I also need one that says, is this currently running? If it's already running, then I don't need to run the resume or the initialization scripts. I think there's one extra flag here that I'm going to need, because those are different. There's a difference between if the combat itself is started and some of the attacks and stuff have already occurred and then the player paused or exited out. Or we also need to know, is it actually running right now or is it not running right now? We need to know that to know if we have to run this resume script where it resets the timer. So yeah, we're going to have to add one more field here. Unfortunately, this is also a field that's going to have to make its way into the proto, which means we're going to have to do several updates here. So running tiny int. Okay, there's that one. And then in the server, go back to the database. And here, running. All right, there's that. In the service, we want to make sure we're updating both of those new fields we just added. What am I looking for here? I'm losing track. Yeah, this is what I want to update. We want to set running. I got to generate the proto file, and I haven't added to the proto file yet. There's that. We have to generate that file real quick. Let's go back to the service. Set running. Not done yet. It's going to error out because my server's still running, but by the time it errors out, that's when it should be ready. All right, now I should be able to do set running. And we want to set that to combatdb.getRunning. And then in this other one, we need to do the same thing. Combatdb.setRunning, combat.getRunning. Okay, so we have that set up. Now we need to actually utilize that flag correctly. So when we get into the combat loop, I know I can set and turn this on, but how do I turn this off? How do I trigger something when I kill the connection? I need some type of let's see, where are we at? So right here where it says combat get started. If combat let's think. Combat gets started. If combat has started, we don't need to do anything, right? Or no? No, wait. If combat was already started, then we're doing the resume combat. So this was right. I don't know why I just deleted that. If combat was already started, we resume combat. But I don't want this to happen every loop. This should only happen one time. Oh, so I could say and combat dot get running, and combat's not running because I won't have the flag set yet. On the first pass through, get running should be 0 if I figure out how to set it to 0 when it disconnects. So if combat dot get running is not, if it's not running and the combat started, resume combat. Else, no, we don't want an else. We need an else if. Because we need to do the same thing. If combat has not started, so I need to make this a not. And it's also not running. So we still want the not running. But really what we're doing is just comparing get started and making sure it's not running. Once we get through this resume combat and init combat loop, we're going to set the running to 1 or to true. And that will keep this section of code from running more than once. All right, so that'll fix that part, except we don't know how to turn it to 0 when it stops. I think there's probably some code in here that will help us. We'll figure that out. Here it is. On cancel handler, if stopped. So I bet right here where I said stream canceled, we can cause the update right here. So I think we're good. I think that's what we're going to have to do. All right, let's finish updating these methods. So we need to update resume and init combat to change that value to 1, which is right here. So right here, we're just going to do one more set. We're going to say combat builder dot set running true. Is that going to happen on my initial call? Does init combat get called when I do that? I don't think it does. I think we're okay. This only gets called inside of our loop. I was thinking when I first make that initial call where I populate the data in the UI, I don't want it to set this to true, but I don't think it will. So I think we're good there. Set started to true, set running to true. And then in the resume combat, we just need to do, we're going to have to do an update as well. So let's create the builder. We can just copy this code. We're not setting anything we don't have to. This is the one we want to set. The other one should already be set to true, or it wouldn't have got here. And then we need to create the new object. And we need to make sure we're passing the new object. Okay, so that will fix the startup issue that we just had. Now we need to do a close up in that. Let's grab our code. Let's just copy it. So we're going to need this. Are we going to have the combat object when we get there? That's the question. Right? We're going to need it so that we know which object to update. We might have it up there. Let's grab this code here. This is the same stuff we're going to have to set up there, but we're going to reverse it to false. And then we're going to run the update statement. So where was that at? That was right here. Throw that code in. It's going to get mad. Where can we find this combat object? We got to have something. What do we have? All we have to do is update this one field, and we have the combat ID and the request, the initial request. As long as that didn't go anywhere, which I don't think it did. It's got to be still in this method until it closes all the way out. So if we grab the request object to get the combat ID, or we already have it saved in combat ID. We'll create a new function to make just this quick update, because we don't need the full, we're not updating the full thing. We're just updating the combat database. The normal thing that I have set up right now is updating everything, including the units. So we'll make a different call so we're not doing all those extra steps. So this should read, we're going to get rid of that. That's what I'm saying, is we don't need to do all that. We just need to update the database. So let's make a new, let's just make a new, where do I want this at? We'll just call it stop running. Oh, why didn't that go where I was at? Stop running, or no, update DB, update combat. What do I want to call this? Update DB. Update running. Let's just call it update running. And we're going to need to pass in the combat ID. All right, let's just tell it to generate that method. And in here, we're going to create a new combat DB. Not a new one. We're going to grab it. So we're going to do combat repository, find by ID. We're going to assert that that's not null, which it shouldn't be, but always want to check. And then we want to update the running to 0 or false And then we want to save combat repository dot save combat db. I think that will work. So that'll grab the record that's in the database for the combat, sets it to false so it's not running anymore, and saves it. That way when we turn it back on, when we push play, then we run through those initialization scripts again like we need to. So they should only run once, and then it turns that on and it won't run again. When our script stops, it should run this. And we can even, let's throw a quick little log in here to make sure this runs. We'll say updating, or yeah, updating database for combat ID. Stopping combat, or running set to false. And this is the combat ID. Okay. So if we see that in there after we push pause, then we know that that part's working like we want. And we can double check the database and make sure that it gets set to false on running, and that it's set to true on running when the loop's running. Although we'll know that anyways, otherwise we'll get the same issues we just had. All right, we have to stop this and play. Now, since we did update the proto, we're going to have to update the front end as well. Did we change anything that the front end needs to change in code, though? That's a question. I don't know. I'm thinking. We don't need to set the running here. That's all getting set on the server. All we're doing here is pushing play and pause. Right? Now we can use those new flags on the front end to stop and start the action bars, though. I think that would work. That way we don't have to create a separate field. All right. No errors so far. Server is not running all the way yet. We'll give it a second. There it goes. It's all the way now. Let's start up the front end and just see what happens. Already got an error. Okay. Oh, it's the same issue we had before. We added the new field and we forgot to set the static data. This very first time through, we need to have something in this field or it gets mad. There we go. So it actually says started now too, which let's reset it to 0 and run through the whole flow. If we push 0, if we change it to 0, that means it'll reset the hit points and everything. So let's do that. Okay, I think that looks better. Let's push play again. We shouldn't have to restart the server for a data issue. All right, we got all our characters again. We got the broken action bars again, which I guess is what we wanted to happen. It makes more sense. No hit points are going down, which is right. Let's double check the server. Server's not running. It's not looping anyways, it's running, but it's not looping through combat. So let's check the database. Right now it says everything's 0, which is to be expected. Let's push play. And we threw an error right off the bat. I'm getting really sick of these common builder errors. I've been seeing these at least once or twice a day since I changed this, which it was only a few days ago, but still. That was the before run. This is the run now. So we saw the client was subscribed, so that's when it started. Starting combat loop. Combat initialized one time. We still got this resuming combat though, and that's not right, which means means our update didn't work as far as setting it to running. So let's just double check what we got over here. The started flag was set, but the running flag did not get set. That's weird. I thought those were both in the same call. That does seem weird, doesn't it? Combat initialized. Resuming combat. We should not... I don't think we should have seen that. Well, we are seeing it because that flag didn't get set. So if the flag was set, that wouldn't have happened. So let's figure out why the flag didn't get set, and let's stop the server. So this triggered first like we expected. Init combat ran. Did we not set the running? There's set running in that call. There's set running in that call. And then init combat set running. True. It's there. We didn't forget it. And if this got set to true, I feel like that should have got set to true. That's really weird, isn't it? That same call set started to 1, and then it also set running to 1 in that same section of code. But for some reason, did I put running in the database object? That might be it. Maybe I didn't put it in there. No, it's in there. It's in there. Is it in the combat object? It has to be, or it wouldn't have showed up. Started running. It's almost to the point I'm gonna have to wind things down. I get to this point about the same time every day where my brain just doesn't work as good. That's not the right class. Let's close out a lot of this extra stuff. It's in the database. It's in the actual database. Running. Running. And then the combat service is what makes the updates. So we're setting the started and we're setting running to true in the init combat. We know that ran because we can see it in the logs. Right here. Setting those to running. And then we're running our update combat method, which it runs through all this stuff, not just those updates, but I mean, we couldn't just update the database, but some of this other stuff is important to update for those two functionalities. So I think this is still fine how we have it set up. We just have to figure out why it didn't update correctly. Oh, here it is. Remember we had to set this down here. I don't know. I need to clean this up because I don't know. Like all of these are already in the original combat object. I should be pulling. Where do I do that at? Like when I first generate this object, I should be doing the two builders so I get everything that's already in the combat object I passed in. And then I can set these additional options because I'm not changing any of these, at least these three that I just added, or player ID. None of these are changing in this code. I need to be setting those. Let's see if I can fix that real quick. Combat builder equals combat.newBuilder. So instead of that, what this should say is combat.toBuilder. Now the data is already in this combat builder object. And we don't have to set it if we're not changing it in this section of code. So let me make sure I delete the right lines. Those are all just the builders. We're definitely manipulating the units. That's what this whole section here does. We're building the units. So we don't want to not include those updates. We're setting the encounter ID, but that's part of the encounter object. We're adding all the combat events, so that's separate. So we're setting the encounter, we're setting the party. I don't think we did anything with time elapsed up there. We didn't. So we don't need time elapsed in this section. Because if it has an update, it's already been passed in. Although we do have current time. Why did we pass current time in? Am I missing something there? Oh, we are setting time elapsed based on the current time. So that one needs to stay as well. So it's mainly just all these guys on the bottom. We don't need any of these. These are already in that object. Get rid of them. Whatever's already in there shouldn't have got deleted the way I set this up. And now we won't have issues where if we add more fields in the future, we have to remember to add them there. We don't have to. If they're already in the object and we're not changing them, then we're good. All right, let's restart again. That should fix the issue with it running the resume. It's probably not going to fix this null pointer issue, but I didn't really read into that. I don't know why it came up. Maybe it will fix it. Let's just run and see what we got now. Okay. Pushing play. Okay. No errors yet. And the server's not running as expected. So let's go ahead and push play here. All right. And let's see what triggered. It did trigger an error, and it's tied to that stupid unit builder crap. Cannot invoke blah, blah, blah because it's null. Unit builder set common builder. Should this be... No, it says unit builder is null. I guess that just means we haven't passed into it yet. Yeah. So let's do this. Let's say if unit builder equals null, unit builder equals, what did I call it? This is the monster, so it's going to be called monster.toBuilder. All right. That will make sure that is set. And then these other sections, I can actually call the methods that I created. So I created a get common builder and I created a get unit builder. Or no, the get unit builder is what I just did, right? So let's just use that and not have to rewrite the code. Where did that go? Right here. So let's write, let's delete that. Delete that and that. And let's set this to get unit builder. Okay. And then right here, it should say get common builder. And then this one is unique to each one. Do we have one for this yet? I don't think I created this one for some reason. I mean, it's not an override, but we still need it. So this needs to read monster unit dot builder. Get monster builder. If monster builder equals null, monster builder equals what that says. And then we need to return monster builder. What? What did I do wrong here? It is unit, right? Monster unit dot builder. What? Is it just monster dot builder? No. The monster builder. Do I have to put this fully defined name in there for whatever reason? Because it's up there that way. Maybe. 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 All right. That was it. I don't know why somehow this is overlapping with something else. I don't know what it would be. All right. So that fixes this one. We got to fix the hero one. We got to make sure that these can't be null. There's always data in the mutable object. So this needs to read unit builder equals get unit builder. And then when we do this, we say get common builder. Okay. And then this one, oh, you know what? I didn't change that in the other one. I set this up, this get monster builder, but then I didn't change it up here. Where was it at? The update, this one. Get monster builder. Okay. So this needs to read, even though we haven't created it yet, get hero builder. All right, get common, and those already have null checks in them. And then we just need to define that one extra one. So public, and it's going to do the same thing to us. We're going to have to go grab that. We can do dot builder, but for some reason when I do that, it doesn't pull in the beginning. Get hero builder. If hero builder equals null, we want hero builder to equal hero dot get hero to builder. And then return hero builder. And I just need to go grab the fully qualified name. For whatever reason, I don't know. And drop that in right here. Oh, come on, let me paste. Don't be like that. Can I paste this way if I don't select it? Yes. Okay. That's updated. I don't know why these errors keep happening. I don't know why these are null, I guess is what I should be saying. I'm probably not understanding the flow. And there's these are getting hit at different times, different initialization times, and maybe some of these aren't defined for whatever reason. But if they're not defined yet, that means they also shouldn't have any data stored yet that needs to be updated in the database. So we shouldn't be losing data, I don't think, this way. All right, let's stop and rerun the server again. Okay. Let's click play here. So far, same as before, nothing new. It's when we hit the play button within the game scene that's causing the issues. Those objects should not be able to be null anymore, though. The way we have the code set up. Alright, there's the play. Let's just double check the server's not running. It's not. And let's double check the database. What values we have in this. We have started. We don't have running yet, which is what we want. Now let's click play. Alright, we don't have any errors. And we're starting to see attacks. Ooh, that's a good sign. We can see the data or the servers moving, and let's double check the database. Ah, yes, running has been set. Now eventually it's going to get to where everything's dead and it's going to crash again still. There we go. So we got to the end of combat. And it crashed out. Okay, let's try to fix the... Now that we got that fixed and that's working again. Oh, you know what we didn't test though? We need to test... Is this going to reset combat now when I do this? Let's see. That might be a new issue that we just caused where we don't have all of our data getting reset. We might have to update that one field in the database. And that's something we should update soon so that we don't have to do this manually. But I think this is, everything's going to still have 0 life. And as soon as we push play, I think it's just not going to work because everything's dead. Yeah. If I look at the code, it's probably, yep, it's saying there's no, it's not finding any units for the players to attack because they're already all dead. Okay. We can fix that. Right now, we have to fix that manually by updating started to 0. And running should already be 0. I should have refreshed that to show that that's what it says. We didn't test that yet though, did we? We need to test a pause in the middle of combat and then resume and see if that works. We haven't actually tested that yet. All right, so let's do that. Now we should have a fresh team of enemies. Does it load that way from that initial combat info though? I don't think it does. They're all going to show 0, but that's just in our test data. It's not going to do that in the real game. So we're okay. It'll show 0s for now, but when I push play, they're all gonna have hit points. But I'm gonna push play. Let's make sure it's not running again. It's not. I'm gonna push play, but then I'm gonna let it pause after a couple attacks and see what happens. So you see all their hit points went back up to full. And there's a couple attacks. So now we're gonna push pause. And pause did not do a single thing. Everything's still running. So that on disable that I thought might work didn't do a single thing. Or if it does, I didn't do it right. So there was some code when I had ChatGPT help me set up the streaming gRPC call. It created a function called onDisable. And I was hoping I could just call that and make it shut down the server, but that did not appear to work for whatever reason. I don't know yet. How can I stop my RPC stream call programmatically in Unity3d? Wait, how can I send a call? How can I send a call to the server to stop the RPC stream call programmatically in Unity3d? I barely understand that, so I probably didn't type that in a way where ChatGPT is going to understand me either. You start the stream with a cancellation token, keep a reference to the call, and then cancel the token or dispose the call. The server will receive a cancellation and should stop sending. I do have a cancellation token. You already gave it to me. Client subscribe. And then we're also passing call options. CTS.cancel. Preferred signals cancellation to server. Optional extra tears down the call on the client. Are we already doing that? Let's just double check. So call the dot cancel and dot dispose. We do the dot cancel and we do the dot dispose. Let's put a debug log in here. Is this even getting called? Call to pause. I'll just say to stop stream from call to stop stream to server sent. Okay. We need to update the file here again. I want this to start over. Notice the running didn't update. Probably because maybe because I stopped. I don't know. Maybe because it just errored out in the middle. But we set everything back to 0. And I just want to see if that function is getting called. If it's getting called and we're calling cancel and it's not stopping, then we have to figure out a different way to stop it because that's not going to work. Or I have something wrong in there. Remember, I did move that to its own method. Did I lose some kind of connection when I did that? Maybe. Let's just see if it's even getting called. If it's not getting called, then it might be as easy as figuring out why it's not getting called. So we're going to push play first. Now we're going to pause it. Yeah, did you see that? I pushed pause and nothing's happening. It's not triggering that. It might be triggering the pause click, which it should be, but it's not triggering this function for sure, because this is what I said and it didn't pull up. So this is never ran. The action panel controller is what's triggering the click. This is working to start the stream. And then it changes the text to pause. And then when we click it again, it says is playing. Do I change that anywhere? I don't change is playing. Well, that's a huge issue. So now it should read equals true. Now it should read equals false. I hope that's all it is. I think that is all it is. So every time we were looping through, it was looking as playing. It's true. I never changed it. So it was always saying it's not true. It's not playing. So let's start it. And then when I click it again, it's probably, that could even be causing issues. So trying to trigger it twice like that. All right, we're going to have to update the database again. We're stuck in this in-between state where we haven't developed the code to update this programmatically. We've made it where this happens every time we run now because we're testing this. So that will be one of our next steps. Okay. Let's try again. I think this is going to fix it. There was no way that it could trigger that button push the way I had it. So the main thing we want to see is those flags getting set correctly. And of course, when we push play the second time, we want to see if it resumes in the middle of combat like we're hoping it will do. All right, so combat just started. It should not show anything yet because we haven't pushed play. And the server should not be running. It's not. I mean, it's running, but it's not looping through combat. I keep saying that. Let's push play, and then we're going to just stop it after 1 or 2 attacks. So let's push play. We'll watch their HP, and once their HP goes down, we'll pause it. There we go. Pause. All right, call to stop server sent. Let's double check, is the server running? No, and we even see that update statement that we set. So running is set to false. So if we check the database, we should definitely see running is back to 0. Nope, running says 1. That's an issue. Why didn't it reset to 0? Even though it showed, it reset it to 0. Updating database, running set to false. We're getting closer. It did stop the combat. But if I start it back up, it already says running, so it's not going to run that initialization script. And that's bad. Then everything's going to trigger all at once. Everybody's going to attack all in the exact same frame, which is not what we want to happen. So I guess let's double check our database update script. So we can see that it ran this comment. So we know it hit the right, it hit this happened. So the closing part where it shows that we did hook into the right location. But why didn't it actually update? So combat DB equals repository find by combat ID. Assert that it's not null. Let's change this a little bit so I can do a little bit more logging. So let's just say if combat DB equals null, I want to see that it's null. Combat db is null when trying to update running. Okay, otherwise, do what I said down here. And I said updating database for combat ID number. Did that show up? Yeah, so we do have access to the combat ID. It's not like we lost that reference. And it is 1, right? It is combat ID of 1. I mean, I don't see any issues with this. I don't understand what happened. Find by ID, combat ID. Let's restart the server. Now that we added that extra logging, and we can see if it triggers. So we're just going to do the same thing over here. Let's go ahead and stop this and clean up the database again. Let's refresh this to see what data we have in there. So we do still have running of 1, which that was the issue. Let's change this back to 0 so that we refresh everybody's combat states. And let's start this. Is the server running? It is. Okay, we're going to push play. Wait for the hit points to change. And pause. Server's not running. Updating database. We didn't hit this line, so it wasn't null. So it ran these commands. Set running to false, combat repository dot save. Still shows running, even though it said it updated it, and the code acted like it updated it. Combat running update finish for combat ID. Say bombat combat get ID. Or maybe I should also say combat running updated to for combat ID blah. And then here we can say save combat dot get running. So maybe something else is changing it after this, and I'm not realizing it. Maybe there's another update triggered somewhere that's causing this. Although we're not setting, if we don't change this value, it should stay to whatever we set it at. And I don't think we're changing this anywhere else except in the initialization scripts right now. And in this stop script, sorry. Of course, this one as well. All right, I got to restart again since I did all that. And Yeah, I'm gonna be done after we get this bug fixed. We made a lot of progress today though. But my brain is getting muddy. Alright, is the server running? The server's running. Push. And I didn't stop that. That's not good. It shouldn't break anything to do it that way, but let's not cause extra issues. Okay, come on. All right, we're gonna push play and watch the hit points go down at least a couple times. Okay, now let's stop it. Okay. Running is updated to false for Combat ID 1. So if it doesn't read false, and we got that data back from the database. See how I did this? I said, give me the object that got saved to the database. So it did read false, at least for a split second here. Now something is apparently updating it after the fact. Since it still says 1 on running, something else changed it back to true. So we have update running. Let's look up here and see if we can understand how this happens. Oops, I went too high. So here's where this is run. And then we say stream canceled by client. Date running. Do I need to do like a return here? Is that the right way to fix this? I don't want anything else to run after this, right? Although some of this, is anything down here important as far as... I mean, nothing else ran or we would have saw it in the server logs though. Like if we ran the update that changed it to true, then we should have also seen the log statements that I have in the database. I have logging, right? Let's find the code that's changing this. So here's one of them. There's the other one. There's a log there and there's a log there. And neither one of those pulled up, which means we didn't run. We didn't run those. How does it set itself back to true? We're not running any more updates after this. What if... So it says updating database. Is it just a situation where, since this is like a asynchronous thread, I'm setting this, but then there's always a thread that has to finish? Is that what's happening? Get it. How do I make sure all the threads are closed before I run that last update script. That's kind of what I'm thinking in my head I have to do, but how do I do that? I don't really have a way to know. When you schedule a thread, can you set like a function when it's closed out, maybe? Can I schedule a function to run when a thread is killed or is ended? I don't know what to put. Ended in Java. Can I schedule a function to run when a, I don't know what this is called, a scheduled thread is ended in Java? Can I tell a function to run, not schedule, tell a function to run when a scheduled thread is ended in Java? We have the schedule executor service. That's what the exec is, right? Yeah, so that's our SEC, and there, and this example, exec in my code is the same as SES in theirs. And then we do the runnable task. And then we're scheduling it, which this looks slightly different, but they're grabbing a reference to it, and I didn't do that before. Scheduled future with a question mark. F. Try to get it. When complete, on done, run. Now you can stop it and trigger on done. F dot cancel true. On done runs after cancellation propagates. Attach a listener that runs when the future ends. Canceled or an exception. So it can be either way, which is nice. If my code even breaks, it should fix the database, right? Is that what it's saying? All right, so the one thing they're doing, so let's do this. Scheduled future, let's assign it to a value. So they're doing scheduled future, and it just has a question mark. Hopefully it works the same way for us. Future. Yeah, that's fine. Need to import that class. Okay, so far so good. That's still compiling. And then attach a listener that runs when the future ends. So do I do this right where it's at? I guess I do. So what if I just copy all this in and see what I need to fix? So I need to import this class ondone.run. And that is just a, when complete, I want it to run that update statement. So I shouldn't have to write anything here. I should just be able to write update running for the combat ID, which, do I even have it? I don't know. Yes, I do. Okay. This is not happy, but that's because I renamed it to future. Okay. All right. I don't know if this will fix the issue, but we're going to try it. So now we should see update running twice. Okay. Yeah, all we can do is try this and see what happens. Because I have not used this before. I don't know if it will work or not. So let's restart the server. Let's clean up the database. Our end goal is to get running when we pause it. And we're not getting there yet. That's what we're trying to do. All right. And we need to stop that. It should not, it's not really running because I didn't push play, but. All right, the server is started. Let's start up the Unity client. This has been a long session today, but we did get a lot done. I know every day it gets discouraging when I don't get quite as far as I want, but in all honesty, I got a lot done today. I got the combat events set up, and we set up the action bars and got them working correctly. I mean, they're broken right now, but that's just because we added an extra feature here. And we're adding the play and pause feature now. We're getting very close to being done with this initial flow. All right, so the Server's not running loops yet. Let's push play. We will wait till the data changes a little bit. Let's pause it. All right. Let's check. We're updating. So we did update it twice, and one of them happened. Combat running updated to false. Where did I put that line in at? Updating database. Oh, it's in the same method. So we did this, and then this shows that it updated. And then somewhere after the string canceled, we also did it again. Was it late enough to miss all the other crap, though? That's the question. It needs to happen after everything else finishes. So, fingers crossed that this is a 1. No, wait. Fingers crossed that it's a 0, not a 1. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Alright, it's 0 now. Awesome. So, does that mean we can push play and keep fighting this battle? Which is still a little out of whack. And I think this is when I created the, I changed the encounter numbers, the IDs. I kind of, because the evil fairy used to be in the back row. I don't know why, and that's, so how did this large rat get hit? I don't know. Okay, when we tried to resume, though, it did get mad. And it didn't resume. Hmm. Run combat loop. Which part of that is null? Does it say? It doesn't really say, does it? I mean, we know it's line 75, but there's 3 different values coming in. The request can't be null because we set it right here. This cancellation token, where does this happen? I don't even know. Um, mm, it's one of these two. We're nulling it out right here. When we click on disable, or when we click stop, I mean. It nulls this out. So where do we set this initially? That's the part I'm confused on. Somewhere in the start. Okay, start. So we're gonna need this. Is that the only thing we need? since we null it out, we have to redo it, I think is what it's saying. What is this? Why? Oh, it says cancellation token colon CTS dot token. Okay, that might be all we need then for that part. All right, let's stop it because we got to rebuild it on the Unity side now. Let's go ahead and restart the server too. And let's go ahead and clean up the database too. We're getting closer. I want all fresh data to see what's happening. It's good to see that that running is triggering back to 0 though, which is really important. All right, server starting up. And Unity's still crunching a little bit. All right, push and play. We're getting closer. So if I play it and then pause it, we got that far and it said it's not running anymore. But then when I pushed play again, it had that CTS token thing was nulled out and that caused an issue. So hopefully when we push play again, it resumes combat. And then I really want to fix these action bars too, so that helps us know when it's paused and not paused. And get rid of any of this funkiness, like this one right here seems to be stuck, which I still don't understand how some of these are triggering oddities and it's not all of them. It seems like it should be all or none. But that one right there just said, nope, I'm not filling up. Let's go ahead and push play here. These should all update to full HP, and then as soon as they take some damage, let's pause it. So now nobody's taking damage anymore. The server shows that it has stopped. All right, let's double check. The database still worked. It did. And now let's see if we can resume combat. Oh, we cannot. And that is a new error. I have not seen that one yet. That is a big long one that I don't know that I understand. The server didn't get that. Otherwise, I would have something here probably. So this is a Unity error. Object disposed exception. Safe handle has been closed. And I think that's still tied to those same items. Maybe I didn't recreate them in the right way. Although I did it the same way it does initially, I thought. How do I fix this error in Unity3d? Okay, let that chug away for a little bit, and then... I mean, what does this do either? I don't have any clue what this is doing, and I'm not doing anything with it. And in the start, we had this. The channel should be fine, right? This This is that single call that we make, so this is not tied to the stream. This is the stream call. We're setting the cancellation source so it's not null. And then we create the task and loop through it in a synchronous call. Here's that enqueue main stuff. Maybe that's just the way of it saying check if it has received anything. Am I like polling? What is this main queue? Where do I define that at? Do I have to do something with this to renew it? I bet I do. I bet that's it. Because see, I'm killing and closing everything out. And I probably have to reopen it all and create it all again. Although it doesn't like that call. It says that's not going to work. It's read-only, except in a static constructor. That is a static read-only. How do I do this? Can I run something on the static item? I mean, I don't know what to run on it. There's way too much going on there. All right, well, I might research this a little bit more tonight, but I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for today. Almost up to 8 hours, and my mind's just not working anymore, so we will hopefully resume without this issue. If we don't fix it, then the next time I start, we'll start working through this issue. So I appreciate everyone that's still on and watching, and I'll see you guys next time.